mic test. Lapel
1,
test.
2. Testing 1, 2.
two. Podium mic test, 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2, 2, checking, 1, 2.
Speaker mic 1, 2, 2, 1, 2.
What time is it? Deputy Speaker.
There will now be a moment for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, please take your seats. Honourable members, during the questions to the Deputy President on 31 October 2024, Honourable V.G. Reddy, MP, raised a point of order alleging that the members of the Democratic Alliance Party were allowed more time than other parties to pose their supplementary questions. I undertook to study the unrevised Hansard and return to the House with a considered ruling on the matter. Having had an opportunity to study the unrevised Hansard, I wish to rule as follows. According to the unrevised Hansard, the Honourable V.G. Reddy stated that, and I quote, "We have noticed and we have timed that the DA spoke for 3 minutes, asking a question, and we were cut short. I would like you to look at the Hansard and come back to us to give us an input as to how long they took and why it is that they were allowed more time than other parties." Assembly Rule 142, sub 5 states that a matter who asks a supplementary question may make a statement or express an opinion, but the time allowed for the first supplementary question is limited to 2 minutes, and for subsequent supplementary questions, 1 minute. After careful consideration of the Parliamentary Questions Book records and Hansard, I wish to report that the records indicate that the following DA members utilised the allocated time for their supplementary questions as follows. Honourable M.M. Ndluli posed a second supplementary question on question 7 from 14:13:49 to 14:14:16. He used 27 seconds of the allocated 1 minute. Honourable S.J. Moore. Honourable members, it seems that there is a sound issue. Could we please ask the technical staff to assist with that? I'm going to try again, right at the back, the Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It seems to be resolved. Because of the wind and the noise of the Marquee, we can't really hear very clearly at the back, but it seems to have been resolved.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance. I will proceed. I hope that Honourable Matwe.
Yeah, no, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to check, who's the structural engineer who signed off this tent? Because I don't think we're safe in here. Besides the noise, this structure is going up in the wind. The next minute it will collapse on us, Deputy Speaker. So who is that structural engineer?
Honourable Matwe, that is unfortunately a question that I cannot answer. I do not know who the structural engineer is, but we trust that the tent, as has been said in previous meetings by I recall specifically the EFF that there's nothing wrong with having the plenaries in a tent. So we will proceed on that basis.
Deputy Speaker, we're asking you to find out. This is a very important matter. Here in Cape Town, a building collapsed and people died. So this Cape Town has got a history of collapse of buildings, of structures. So please protect us. We want to die a revolutionary death, not this death of the DA-led municipality killing us. That's not revolutionary. Please, Deputy Speaker, go and find out who's that structural engineer. We want to know. Yeah. Thank you.
Honourable Marquee, yes, I will find out and we'll make sure that you die a revolutionary death. Honourable members, I proceed. Order, members. And I will start with a sentence. Honourable M. Mgluli posed the second supplementary question on question 7 from 14:13:49 to 14:14:16. He used 27 seconds of the allocated 1 minute. Honourable S.J. Moore posed the first supplementary question on question 9 from 14:46:44 to 14:47:31. He used 47 seconds of the allocated 2 minutes. Honourable A.M. van Zyl posed the second supplementary question on question 11 from 15:30:33 to 15:31:15. She used 42 seconds of the allocated 1 minute. It is clear that each member's time usage fell within the allocated time limits for the type of supplementary question they asked, and that no additional time was granted to the DA members, as was asserted by Honourable Reddy. I therefore cannot sustain Honourable Reddy's point of order. I also want to caution members not to raise spurious points of order that detract from the dignity and decorum of the House and its proceedings. I thank you. We will now proceed with the questions. They will now, honourable members, today's question paper has questions that were transferred from written to oral in terms of Rule 146(1). The written replies to these questions have been received. As a result, these questions will no longer be addressed orally today. The first item is then the order paper, is the questions addressed to the ministers in Cluster 2, Social Services. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication of which questions their members wish to pose a supplementary question. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognised by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness to all, among others, has been applied. When all the supplementary questions have been answered by the executive, we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. The first question has been asked by the Honourable Siabi to the Minister of Human Settlements. The question is about what progress has been made in the implementation of title deeds release and measures the department has implemented to prevent the implementation of breaking new ground housing projects without proper township planning. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon to you and honourable members. Just to indicate, the title deeds restoration program at national level is supported by Operation Vulindlela through the Office of the President, together with National Treasury. Work around the coordination because we have acknowledged that there were challenges in the past in terms of blocking some of the issues that we needed to deal with. This led to an intergovernmental coordination and work that needed to be done between Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, various municipalities, Master of High Court, and actually ourselves as the department. One of the issues that had to be dealt with is around policy conflicts that related between ourselves and municipalities, especially on the issues around Spluma. We have taken a decision as the department, together with other provinces and municipalities through MINMEC last year during the 6th administration, and we did a title deeds Friday. Out of this campaign, we saw an upsurge or even increased number of title deeds that were issued to communities. 1,821 title deeds were issued in the Eastern Cape, 11,365 in Free State, 5,698 in Gauteng, 7,328 in KwaZulu-Natal, 1,794 in Limpopo, 9,742 in Mpumalanga, 237 in Northern Cape, and 9,943 in Northwest, 12,318 in the Western Cape. This is within 3 months that we were working on. We have now taken a resolution during the first administration because we want to unlock about 800,000 title deeds. This will be done in consultation with municipalities, where we've requested municipal council to lift them and do a special dispensation of spluma so that this, in terms of the township establishment and development, can assist to unleash this title deeds. So we are looking forward to councils to taking this resolution and giving us a special dispensation, especially on the old township, because this will assist in the process. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Siabi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the comprehensive answer. Minister, as a follow-up question, we usually hear reports of discriminatory practices that impact negatively on the access to capital by workers, as banks restrict property purchases without a substantial basis, impacting the pace of asset redistribution. What has the Minister found to be an anomaly in South Africa credit regime for home loans, and what are the required measures to ensure increased access to housing through affordable housing finance?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Siabi. The issue around banks, especially commercial banks, and home loans and ownership for especially previously disadvantaged communities remains something that we are concerned about. When we look at the Office of Disclosure work in terms of SLAMDA, which is an act that allows for banks to disclose in terms of the gap market allocation of bonds, we do find some concerns in terms of transparency of information. But secondly, we do find that, for example, somebody will be able to take a loan, a mortgage, for 19 years, pay it, and for 20 years, pay it for 19 years. When they are left with a small amount where we are expecting that they should be able to get a transfer of a title deed to their names, unfortunately, then if they fail, they lose a job, then the house gets repossessed. The issue around transparency on who banks are giving the loans, but at what interest rates, remains a concern. We have raised it as a concern in terms of the department. We are meeting with the banks tomorrow, actually, to try and agree on a process that will be transparent, but that will deal with potentially racial profiling of South Africans, where they will not be able to get the houses that we need. So it's work in progress in this area, especially around the banking sector, but we do believe that the white paper provides a platform for us to change the landscape, but also to change the legislation around Office of the Disclosure, which is the SLAMDA Act 2000. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, it is important to also note that in Free State and in Limpopo, there was zero delivery of title deeds in Q1. And this in turn speaks to the dismal approach of the title deeds and the issuing of title deeds in provinces. Minister, it is estimated that over 1 million subsidies of houses built by government are occupied by subsidies or by beneficiaries who have not received title deeds. Can the Minister take this House into confidence in the people of South Africa as to how those who still remain without title deeds from 1996 will be able to receive those title deeds? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Mpiti. the issue of Q1 for Limpopo and Free State, we always monitor them for the full year. So we do believe that we'll still be able to catch up. We have met with the provinces and have written letters in terms of overall performance for provinces in terms of catching up and recovery program. So that will be able to, I'm not worried about Limpopo much. There are concerns from my side in terms of Free State, and we have been meeting with the MEC. I've had meetings with the MEC and the municipality, especially the metro there. I think the issue around title deeds, especially when we look back, if you look at the history of how we've been able to evolve with our own program of BNG. Starting from 1996, you'll remember that we gave a subsidy, which is about 15,000, where we were saying to people they must build for themselves. Now, part of the problem is that people were building at the time when we were learning, after the Botshabelo Accord led by Joe Slovo, we were realizing that people built in areas where they were not established as townships. Now, part of the problem is that policy says you can only issue a title deed where a township has been established. Now, part of the resolution that we are doing and the conversation, hence earlier on I spoke about the waivers of the spluma by municipalities so that we can be able to say to the people who are staying in those sites, whether their RDPs are the old ones that are still needing rectification or have been rectified, needs to have those title deeds. So it's part of the evolution that we are trying to address when we started with the process of the RDP. So the 1996 to 2000, it's that category that we have a problem with, both in terms of rectification because of the quality of houses, but also in terms of ownership that we are working on. We'll keep progress to Parliament so that you can monitor our work.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Hamede.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, on platforms that are available affected the residents to raise concerns on track progress on township proclamation and title deeds. And does the ministry monitor the progress on land transfers, township proclamation and title deed issuance to ensure accountability in every stage? What specific role do traditional leaders, the real owners of the land, Amakos Nezndona, play in land transfers, township proclamation and title deed issuance to ensure accountability at every stage of the progress? I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker and Honourable Gamete. Umsebenzi usuwenzayo nabantu amakhosi wethu, especially abantu bondabuko, kwamanje into esiyenzayo ukuthi masinikeza izindlu endaweni zabo ezangamaphandle ezasemakhaya, asikwazi ukubanikeza i-title deed abantu bokuhlala because umhlaba owamakhosi kuleyo ndawo. So into esiyenzayo baba ne-occupation to occupy, letter to permission to occupy. Siyakwazi ukubaxhasa, that's why ipolicy yethu ishintshile ukuthi sibanikeze umxhaso noma bahlala endaweni zamakhosi. Enye into siyenzayo thina njengomnyango wokuhlala kahle kwabantu ukuthi la endaweni zamakhosi siyenze lokho sikubiza i-geomapping, sinikeze amakhosi iy'ncwadi zokuthi la abantu bakuma bahleli, la indawo efanele ukuthi ungababeka bahlale khona, lana bazocwila mangabe bahlala la because umfula ozode ufike ngesikhathi masihamba. Lokho umsebenzi usiwenzayo nje namakhosi. So njengomphathiswa ngeke ngahlangana namakhosi kwi-nationally, ngiyahlangana namakhosi mangihamba kuma-province wonke. So umsebenzi usiwenzayo asibavaleli ngaphandle amakhosi wethu because bayingxenye yedemocracy yethu, bayingxenye yokusebenza kwethu kahulumende, yiko sinomnyango obizwa cooperative governance and traditional affairs. So they remain relevant in our work, and that's why we are supporting them. Kwinto zama-title deeds ema-township, asinawo amakhosi ema-township. So yiko ama-township establishment nase-urban areas, we are able to issue those title deeds working together with the municipalities, not with traditional leaders. Thank you very much.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Dlamini.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, are there municipalities that still refer members of the community to attain private attorneys for their title deeds? And if so, how is this matter being addressed? And secondly, to the municipalities that have received title deeds but are not distributing them, what is being done about that? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Dlamini. No member of the public should be allowed or required to go and get an attorney for their title deeds, especially under government-led programs in terms of our PNG and service sites. As government, we are paying for services. We were alerted for one municipality when we went and verified. The municipalities could not produce, or anyone could not produce evidence that led to such. So in our investigation, the matter, it was brought to me previously. I looked at it, and when we went, we saw the evidence of us as government paying for those title deeds. And I suspect it could be the issue that somebody robbed the communities, and that's why we run awareness campaigns, information. Hence, we have Moagi now as a mascot that tries and helps communities with information of do's and don'ts, including for people knowing that they are not supposed to pay services that are provided for free by government. In terms of municipality performances, especially, what we have done is that we monitor across the country where municipalities are having title deeds in their drawers. So I write as the minister, like last year we had, that's why we had the title deeds Friday, and we could increase to more than 30,000 title deeds that were issued within 3 months, because we could track from the deeds register that the following title deeds have been registered in this municipality, in this area. And we're able to write to the mayors to issue those title deeds. And almost all of them were able to issue. We'll track every quarterly to see the performance and be able to deal with that. So I'm not concerned that the title deeds are in the rooms or in the offices of the municipalities. But what we are concerned about is the current potential of 800,000 title deeds that could go to our people where they've been staying for years and they are not yet with them. And that we think it will be a game changer in terms of ownership for South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Question number 527 has been asked by the Honourable Clerk to the Minister of Health. The question is about the reasons that the Independent Development Trust, the implementing agent or project manager for his department, awarded a contract to a certain company to install highly technical pressure swing absorption oxygen plants at 55 government hospitals, despite the company not having the required accreditation from the SA Health Professions Regulatory Authority, nor a joint venture partner in the bid submission. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. When this story broke out, it disturbed us, all of us, including the President, who wrote me a letter to present to him a report within 14 days. As you know, the Independent Development Trust that issued this tender is an entity of the Department of Public Works. It's not an entity of the Department of Health. The Department of Health gave over this tender to them to issue. Now, for this reason, because we are just a client department, it is the Minister of Public Works, Minister McPherson, who is busy investigating this issue, but I talk to him every day about it, including even today, to get to the bottom of this. But in addition, Honourable Deputy Speaker, this project is not funded from our own fiscus. It is funded by the Global Fund, which is based in Geneva. The Global Fund, which has been founded to mobilize money globally to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria. In South Africa, they give us 10 billion rand every 3 years. In the aftermath of COVID-19, they were worried when they heard stories that in some hospitals, they were short of oxygen for the patients who needed it. That's why they decided that part of the money must now be used to put oxygen plants in 55 hospitals so that in future, the hospitals will no longer issue tenders for oxygen, but be self-sufficient. When the story broke out, I was in Brazil and the Global Fund was there. We met and they promised that they too will send their own inspectors to investigate this matter. So I can assure you that is being investigated by Minister McPherson because IDT accounts to him. I'm working with him. The Global Fund is independently going to investigate the matter because this is their money. Then we'll be able to bring out the findings. Thank you very much.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I would like to ask the Minister the following. You know, even when it's a global fund from Geneva, you know, donors that are giving us money, we really need to look into what's happening into this issue. One issue I would really like to raise. Why did the cost of the tender rise after the IDT assumed ownership of the project? And why did the department choose to, the IDT to administrate the project? And what is the cost of IDT administrating that project? If that could also be investigated and a report given to us on that. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The IDT is a special project which has been there for ages under the Department of Public Works. And quite often, departments ask the IDT to do this project for them. They've got their own tender issuing mechanisms. Quite a number of hospitals, even schools, have been built under that mechanism. It's not something that was done which is new. It has been done, as far as I know, for the past 30 years. As to how the cost escalated, as it's been claimed, that is what Minister McPherson and the Global Fund will be able to find out. They are investigating the issue, as I said, and I'm repeating, because Public Works is, Minister McPherson is responsible for IDT as a Minister of Public Works, and because this money comes from Global Fund, and as an international organization, they wouldn't like or allow their money to be misused. So let's wait for them, and we'll see the results, and we'll announce to you. Thank you very much.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Shabangu.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your response to this question, which makes one to doubt that the Honourable Member understand that the IDP, you are not the executive minister for the IDP. Hence, however, Minister, in your response, it became a learning curve that you are not an executive minister for the IDT. We also appreciate, Minister, that you convince us that you are abreast with what is happening with this project, because you mentioned that the Minister of Public Works instituted the investigation. So we appreciate that, Minister. Hence, I do not have a question anymore. Thank you.
Seeing that the Honourable Member did not ask a question, I can still allow the Minister, if he wishes, to respond to the comments made. Honourable Minister.
No, I appreciate that, Honourable Member, but I just want Honourable Members to be well-versed with systems within the government. Thank you very much.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable
On a point of order,
Motubatse.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Ntlagwedi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we must just note, and also maybe alert to members, this is questions time, not commenting time. They can do those commenting and praise singing in the caucus meeting, not here. When we come here, we expect ministers to answer questions, not comments. Please.
Thank you, Honourable Member. In terms of the rules, the member was acting quite within her rights. We now continue to the supplementary question asked by the Honourable Motubatse.
No, thanks, Speaker. I think there's a problem now that there are contradictions within the GNU. We'll leave that to them. But of our interest is that we need to have a transparent government. Now, you are having an institution here, which is SAPRA, which is actually waived. When it's supposed to intervene, we just want to understand, can the minister explain why SAPRA accreditation requirements were waived and other procurement requirements were not followed in this particular plant installation contract? Thanks.
The Honourable Minister.
Honourable members, I've just told you. That story you are saying about waiving SAPRA is an assumption. You are assuming that it has happened. Can't you wait for both Minister McPherson and the Global Fund to come with that? It will be reported to you. We will be very transparent about it. We don't know yet here now, as we're sitting, that SAPRA rules were waived or whether they were even needed in the first place. That will be the results of the investigation, and we will come to you. The fact that we've got an international body involved means there's no place to hide if there was corruption. The money from Global Fund, for your information, is contributed by many countries around the world. The USA, the UK, Germany, France, Japan, they all contribute. They can't just let their money be misused like that. I can assure you. So you are going to know the truth, definitely. Thank you very much.
No, I'm just interested. Don't fight,
The
Minister.
Honourable Member, I did not recognise you to switch on your microphone. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Zibi.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, while we hear that the investigation has commenced, what I want to know is what is the status of the project now? Does it stop temporarily while the investigation is going on? And what is the public health impact of such a delay, if there is one?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I don't want to mislead the House, but as far as I know, the tender has just been awarded, and the work had not yet started when this story came out. I'm speaking under correction because I don't want to mislead Parliament, but I can go and find out and give a precise answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question 494 has been asked by the Honourable Dlomo to the Minister of Health. The question is about whether the department has identified shortcomings in regulatory measures to address the challenge of hazardous foods. The Honourable Minister.
Indeed, Honourable Member, on the issue of the ongoing challenge of hazardous foods, lots of shortcomings regarding regulatory measures, implementation, capacity, and or monitoring and evaluation have been identified. These have been identified across lots of government departments and other state entities because food production and consumption leading to packaging, transportation, sales have happened across a long and complex chain, which involve lots of government departments and entities. Each of these have their own legislation and regulatory mechanism. It will not be possible for me, within the time allocated, to go through each one of them, but I'll be and be able to exhaust them. But for the little time I have, I'll attempt to go through the key ones. The first one, agriculture, which produces food for us. In agriculture, fertilizers, farm feeds, agricultural remedies and stock remedies act 1947, that is Act number 36, regulates the organophosphates, which were found to have been implicated in the death of at least 6 of these children during the present challenge. The Department of Health, 2 problems. The Constitution in Schedule 4 and the National Health Act 2003 transfers all health inspectors to district municipalities, many of whom are struggling to perform the work. In other words, the people you call health inspectors who used to be hired by health are by law now having to be hired by district municipalities and metros. They are no longer there in health, except a few managers. And that is a weakness. The Food, Cosmetics and Disinfectant Act, Act number 54, 1972, which among others will deal with the labeling of foodstuffs.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Reddy, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just a question seeking, clarity seeking question. The question there is posed, I want to know if the rules allow this, if you'll allow me please, by the chair of the Health Portfolio Committee to the Minister of Health, who belongs to the same party. I just want to know what is the exercise all about. Is this just a show, or is this an act, or what is this? Is this allowed? A fishing expedition?
What's going on?
What is going on, Madam
You are wasting our
Speaker?
time.
Honourable members, there is a point of order. Honourable Dagmore, there is a point of order on the table, so I will first deal with that particular matter. Honourable Reddy, it is absolutely possible for any member of any party, regardless of whether you're the chairperson or not, to ask a question to a minister. We do not preclude anyone from asking a question. And as I said
He
in my
doesn't know
ruling,
where he is.
I did not recognize that person, that member. Please do not switch on your microphones if you had not been recognized. Honourable Reddy, if you had listened to my ruling earlier, which was on a point that you raised in a previous sitting, I said please refrain from spurious points of order. Furthermore, this is not a point of order that you are raising, and we do not ask questions on questions. So your point is not upheld, and we will now proceed with the Honourable Minister. Please proceed, Honourable Minister.
Order. Point of order. Point of order.
Honourable Dagmore.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Just my point of order relates to your ruling. And what I would like to know is that given your earlier ruling and given this particular point of order, which was clearly frivolous, whether this isn't a matter for the Ethics or the Rules Committee to consider, because this honourable member continues to make himself guilty of frivolous points of order which actually delay the time and frustrate this House.
Honourable Dagmore, at this point my ruling is as it stands. If you do want to take this matter further, you are more than welcome to do that to the correct forum. We now proceed. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I was rudely interrupted, I was on Food, Cosmetics and Disinfectant Act, Act number 54, 1972, which among others deal with labeling of foodstuffs. This act is still under the Department of Health, but the people who are supposed to enforce it are resident in municipalities. That's another anomaly we're trying to resolve. On the issue of cooperative governance traditional leaders, the bylaws in municipalities, which will have helped to regulate some of the Spaza shops or other food outlets, was found to be wildly varied from municipality to municipality. Fortunately, last week, exactly on the 7th, the Minister of Culture, Honourable Minister Tabisa, gazetted a set of common bylaws that will help municipality council on the issue of registration of Spaza shops. As I'm speaking now, councils have been instructed to seed, council by council, adopt those bylaws so that they can start the work of registering the Spaza shops and other food outlets. Lastly, the National Consumer Commission, which also is responsible for making sure that consumers are protected, have complained. They are working under Consumer Protection Act, Act number 35 of 2019. They are complaining that there is a gap in the Act whereby when they found something wrong, they are unable to conduct market-wide inquiry, the same as is done by the Competition Commission. If they can realize that there is competition rules are built somewhere, they've got the power to institute a market-wide inquiry. And we believe
Honourable
the
Minister,
National
your
Consumer
time has
Commission
expired.
must have the same powers. Thank you very much.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Dlomo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Within the public health approach, Minister, this is an outbreak, what we have observed in the country. Whether the bylaws will be or have been adopted, are there any public education and awareness initiatives that are in place, either by your department or by municipalities, to inform communities about food safety, hygiene, sanitation, and other critical public health issues like we did have around COVID, even including the House meetings where the President would actually be raising that? If there are such initiatives, when do you envisage that such initiatives will have an impact in terms of this problem that we do face as a country?
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, there are such initiatives, Honourable Dlomo, and they will be ongoing for life. It can't be a once-off thing, because the issues of food and food safety are going on as long as human beings are alive. It's not only the communities. On Monday, the NICD, the National Institute of Communicable Diseases, the lead agent in investigating this matter, on Monday, they brought together doctors around the country and workshopped them via virtual means, because quite a number of doctors have never experienced organophosphate poisoning. They might not know how to treat it because it has got a specific antidote. So even doctors are being mobilized to understand the nature of this problem, apart from ordinary community members. Thank you very much.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable van Staden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, regarding the problems of hazardous foods that have spread countrywide and the huge impact it has on the life of South African children and their families, due to death and hospitalization, what will your department do to ensure that the necessary health legislation is enforced, municipal bylaws and law enforcement is strengthened, the proper policing and regulating of Spaza shops are enforced, most importantly, the overall of this department's inadequate oversight of food safety standards? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Honourable Member, I spent the first part of my answer explaining this issue about the various departments and entities in the country that must enforce the law. I have just told you that one of the weaknesses we are dealing with is that in the new constitution, under Schedule 4, there are what is called municipal health services. And when the National Health Act was passed, Act number 61 of 2003, they named 9 functions which must be performed by municipalities, and health inspectors having to be hired by them. One of those functions is water quality, the other is food, the other is chemical management. There are 9 in all, and I can assure you, as I'm sitting here, 6 of them are not being done very well by municipalities. And that's where our weaknesses are. And we are busy trying to resolve that so that these things do not happen again. I can assure you that there are very few municipalities who have hired inspectors as per that act. The Johannesburg city itself, where most of these issues are, has got only 80 health inspectors. That's a droplet compared to the size of that city and what needs to be done. Others do not even have one. And that's the problem that the country needs to solve, and we are busy with solutions for that. Thank you very much.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Nontenja.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, in the light of the recent foodborne health crisis which are arising from the Spaza shops, how does the department plan to address the glaring shortage of environmental health practitioners, particularly given the World Health Organization's recommendation of 1 per 10,000 people. Furthermore, in light of the existing health laws and regulations, when will the department actually take decisive action to enforce countrywide stringent unannounced inspections and closures of non-compliant informal food vendors to prevent further public health disasters? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'm sure I've already mentioned the glaring shortage which the Honourable Member is talking about. I'm the one who disclosed it to the House, that there is this glaring shortage. But the people who must do those inspections, as I said, are no more resident in the Department of Health. They are resident in the municipalities, even though the act they are using, the Food, Disinfectant and Cosmetics Act, is still resident in health, but the people who must enforce it are in municipalities. They are not the only one. The Consumer Council, also the National Consumer Commission, is also doing that. And those are the people we sent to Naledi to raid the Spaza shops there. And when they raid them, they do close them using the Food, Cosmetics and Disinfectant Act, which is resident in the Department of Health. As I'm speaking now, some of the Spaza shops which were not complying were closed down using that act, but the people who went there to do that work are in district municipalities and metros, not in the Department of Health. Thank you very much.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Thring.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Minister, South Africans are in shock and grief simultaneously at the loss of 23 children from food poisoning, allegedly linked to snacks purchased from Spaza shops. This is in Gauteng alone, and one shudders to think what could be happening in other parts of the country. Post-mortem results have confirmed the presence of phosphates, organophosphates, and a harmful substance to human beings. And not long ago, we had an outbreak of listeriosis, a bacterial infection caused by the eating of contaminated food from the established meat processed industry. Minister, what departmental interventions, preventative interventions, particularly with COCTA, has your department instituted to deal with food poisoning caused by hazardous foods, and what consequence management measures have you instituted where government officials or those in the private sector have been found guilty of violating health regulations? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
If anybody is found guilty for violating health regulations, it will all depend which regulation have they violated. If it is regulations under agriculture, fertilizers, farm feeds, Agriculture Remedies and Stock Remedies Act, Act number 36 of 1947, then the Minister of Agriculture has got remedies in terms of that act and regulations. If it is in terms of the Food, Cosmetics and Disinfectant Act, Act number 52 of 1972, which is resident in health, but being enforced by municipalities, then they will take action on their own. If it is under the National Consumer Protection Act, Act number 35 of 2019, then the NCC or the National Consumer Commission will take action accordingly. If it is under cooperative governance, then in terms of Municipal Structures Act, the Minister of Cooperative Government will take action accordingly. So there is no way that people won't be taken up if they are found to be guilty. That's why South African police services have sent a group of detectives. They've been there for the past 3 weeks to try and investigate this matter to find out
did anybody become negligent, or has it just happened accidentally? And I can assure you, as I'm standing here, because we are concentrating on Spaza shops, the little information we have is that this problem goes far beyond Spaza shops in the country.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now move on to question number 553, which has been asked by the Honourable Sali to the Minister of Social Development. The question is about the official poverty dateline for a minimum amount per month for South African citizens in line with the National Development Plan 2030 and measures in place to achieve zero hunger in the Republic. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I really want to thank the question from Advocate Sali. Honourable Member, the National Development Plan objective is to ensure that there is a reduction of number of people who live in households with a monthly income below 419 per person from 39% to 0 by the year 2030. The food poverty line is one of the 3 measurements used by State South Africa to measure the incidence of poverty in South Africa. As of present, the official food poverty baseline of the minimum amount per month for all the citizens of the Republic is currently set to 796 per person per month and 26 rand per day per person, which is above the NTP 2030 target. Currently, approximately 55.5%, which translates to 30.3 million people of the population of South Africa, is living at the national upper bound poverty line of 1,634, whilst a total of 25%, which translates to 13.8 million, is experiencing serious food leakages. Although national poverty lines are constructed using the cost of...
Honourable Minister, if I may, could you just hold the microphone closer to you? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, to contribute in efforts to achieve zero hunger in the Republic, the department disbursed 7 times of social grants and other variety of programs to help and reduce the level of poverty and hunger among the lower income groups. We have to accept that social grants are critical for lowering economic risk for the most vulnerable in our society. And without these grants, the level of poverty would be much worse. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the department facilitates the implementation of food and nutrition security interventions that are geared towards ending hunger. We work closely with other government departments to support the poor, the vulnerable and the marginalized communities, which helping to shield them against the adverse effects of hunger, poverty, various stresses such as natural disaster. In order to combat hunger, the department is implementing a program which is aimed at providing thousands of vulnerable citizens a daily health meal through its provincial-wide community nutrition and development centers. This program reaches poor and vulnerable communities living below the poverty line and provides skills development to women and unemployed youth to help them for social enterprise for sustainable livelihoods. Furthermore, with an understanding of the importance of creating a building self-reliant individuals, the department has sought to link those of working age with sustainable livelihoods, particularly the primary caregivers of the child support grants, beneficiaries, and COVID-19 SRT grants. The department provides developmental social welfare services that aim to reduce poverty, vulnerability, hunger, and impact on the HIV and AIDS. These services are delivered through sustainable development programs in partnership with various implementing agencies, including the non-profit organization. In addition, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the department provides much-needed food in drop-in centers, old age homes, and other centers that provide social development services within communities. Honourable members, the National Development Agency, which is another agency of the department, provides intervention in the communities with the greatest needs, with resources and training for the communities to self-reliant and self-sustainable production of food for themselves. I thank you, Honourable.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Sali.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Minister. Apologies, but the sound on this side is really very bad. Honourable Minister, the information that is provided does not sound very different from what has been done previously. What is the realistic chances of South Africa reaching zero hunger in the Republic with the current initiatives that you have implemented? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. As I have indicated to say, these initiatives are not new and we are still carrying on. We have been able to reach the 2030 and almost there with the NTP. However, yes, they might not be the very bright and successful ones due to the difficulties that the country is going through. So I want to emphasize to say, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we are in line as the country, whereas we are trying our best to make sure that we do address these challenges. I thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Munyai.
Thank you very much indeed, esteemed the Honourable Minister and the Deputy Speaker. The tackling of hunger requires multiple intervention to ensure food security, availability and affordability of food, provision of safety net for the poor. This is further impacted by the cost of living. What interdepartmental strategy is the DSD exploring with relevant to the departments, such as the Department of Basic Education, Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, to ensure effective alignment and the coordination such that we achieve the Sustainable Goal 2 and the National
Honourable
Development
Member, your
Goal.
time has expired.
Thank you, the Honourable Minister.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Under the leadership of the Office of the Deputy President of the Republic, an intergovernmental technical working group was constituted to develop a national food and security plan, but to also monitor the implementation thereof. This is in line with the directive from Cabinet provisions of the 2013 National Policy on Food and Nutrition Security and the findings of the Nutrition Diagnostic Evaluation of Nutrition Interventions for children under 5. This intergovernmental technical working group consists of the following government department: the Office of the Deputy President himself as the convener, the Department of Agriculture, Departments of Rural and Development as co-convener, Department of Planning and Monitoring Evaluation, Department of Health, Social Development, Basic Education, Rural Development and Cooperative Government, and State South Africa. That Intergovernmental Technical Working Committee group meets frequently to report on progress in the implementation of National Food and Security Plan, foster intersectoral collaboration, integration in the implementation of food and nutrition security intervention. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mhlongo.
Deputy Speaker.
I can't see who is raising a point of order.
It's me, Deputy
Yes, Honourable Member, please proceed.
I just want to find out, I just need clarity. How does a minister read a follow-up question? Because how does she know that it's going to be a follow-up?
Honourable Member, that is not a point of order. We will proceed. That is up for the Minister. If she had anticipated certain questions, she could have prepared certain answers. We will now proceed, Honourable Members. The third supplementary will be asked by the Honourable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Deputy
Order,
Speaker.
members. Order, members.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, while the government and business try to solve the unemployment crisis, what plans does the department have in place to capacitate school feeding schemes to include the families of students from impoverished areas and indigent households? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. As the Honourable Member and the House would understand that the feeding scheme process is not in our purview, but it's the basic education responsibility. However, as I have indicated, the fact that the NDA in the different localities does have facilities and programs to train those people whom are found into the poverty arrangement, and they are being established and be trained as NPOs for them to be able to enter that space of feeding, but in a manner that is following the legal framework that exists within the Department of Basic Education as the custodian of that responsibility. I thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Trollop.
But you see, Deputy Speaker, now the Minister answered the next question.
Honourable Marquee.
That response was for the next question.
Honourable Marquee.
You see, there's some of
Honourable Marquee.
Hey.
Order, please. Honourable Trollop, please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The National Development Goals seek to ensure that no one lives below the lower poverty line of 796 Rand a month. And all those living on less than 1,109 Rand are considered poor. Despite social relief of distress, child support grants and old age pensions, 50% of people still go to bed hungry every night. And promises to avert this through ensuring access to essential services such as healthcare, education, improved food security and nutrition have not been met. This is compounded by unemployment, economic inequality and inflation. Honourable Minister, what will you do differently to address the failure of current strategies and interventions despite trying your best to meet the 2030 NDP targets and to improve the lives of poor South Africans?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker and the Honourable Member. As I have alluded to the fact that the DST does have an entity by the name of National NDA, which is responsible for poverty eradication. Therefore, it needs to be sharpened for it to be able to deal with these matters, not only by dispersing grant as we are doing, but also as making sure that those who seem to be interested and also capable to establish NPOs are also encouraged, and those who are really in the impoverished areas are also assisted in the drop-off of centers where we distribute food under CNDC. This strategy, it has started slowly, yes, but it's coming up very well. Last week already we were in Idujwa, where we were celebrating No to Hunger, and this has been reported to be working very well. Of course, yes, with the limited resources, which we think when it becomes success and shiny, the Treasurer will come in to come and assist to give more resources on this. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question number 495 has been asked by the Honourable Ramaila to the Minister of Water and Sanitation. The question is about how the department intends to address inadequacies in the water management and government system to ensure water security in Johannesburg and cities with increasing populations. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, honourable members. Abstraction of raw water is not a challenge for Gauteng municipalities and Johannesburg in particular. Honourable Speaker, the water supply disruption currently being experienced in Gauteng are caused by rapid growth and demand for water in this city. The city is growing very fast, and therefore the demand and supply is also giving this municipality a lot of challenge, notwithstanding the leaks and illegal connections. However, the
the Joburg City Municipality is also ensuring that they are building more reservoirs as we have requested them to do so. On the 2nd of November, I visited one of their reservoirs that they are constructing in the upper lying areas of Brixton. And that is part of the 11 new reservoirs that they are going to construct during the next 2 years to ensure that they have a storage capacity that can be able to supply. It is also important to note that the more they build these reservoirs, is the more they are going to have water to supply. At the present, the peak and demand for water in Gauteng is occasionally exceeding the supply available for rainwater because we reticulate water or regularize how much they can abstract. They cannot abstract more than what the license is giving to them. So whatever is abstracted is enough as long as they can ensure that they close leaks, they disconnect, but also they bill accordingly, they collect revenue and make sure that the user pay principle is adhered to. Then we'll have enough water. That is why even yesterday I said it is very important that Gauteng municipalities, all 11 of them, including Johannesburg, they must ensure that they do community awareness, consult with the communities, and ensure that everyone else understand that they must use water sparingly. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ramaila.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, besides the new requirement for municipal service providers to have operating licenses, what other proposed reforms are contained in the draft Water Service Amendment Bill that seek to reform municipal water services to improve access and availability of water? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ramaila. This August House will remember that the President have passed the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency Act, and based on that, we are going to ensure that we establish those agencies. The second one is to ensure that we come up with separation of authorities when it comes to the water authority as well as the water providers, because at the moment you find that the municipality that is supposed to be doing water authority is also doing water service provision, and that give us a challenge wherein there is no one that is oversighting any other person. The third one is that we must want to ensure that we assist municipalities to create the special purpose vehicle. We have already started with Mfuleni municipality. They are just finalizing due diligence in terms of conducting national treasury. But municipalities alone cannot be able to contain the demand. They must go out to the market and also invite other partners to help them. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Moore.
This one. Thank you, Minister. One of the worst affected areas is in the south of Johannesburg, supplied by the South Hills Tower. It has been a problem area for the past 4 years and has been direly affected by this outage. I would like to invite you to come to the area and see what I have seen on oversight, including Mayor's Hill Reservoir that doesn't work, massively exacerbating the problem. Are you able to commit to visiting South Hills and using your influence to get the city of Johannesburg to address the water challenges there?
The Honourable Minister.
Invitation taken. When must we go? I'm ready. We can go. I see a con South Hill. The Premier of Gauteng, the MEC for Kokta, the Mayor of Johannesburg, we met on Monday and they came up with a 9-point plan to ensure
Honourable members of the MK. Order.
To ensure that there is a 9-point plan that has been developed by Gauteng. The areas that Honourable Moore is talking about, those were the areas that went out of water between 4 and 21 days that we have raised on Monday, and some of the water pipelines where there are illegal connections, but the reservoirs are not filling up. That is why we said through restrictions, they must fill up the reservoirs at night so that they can be able to take water to our people. We can go anytime. Just give me SNET date. Let's go. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Minister. It is an indisputable truth that Joburg metropolitan area, where King Mosi is buried, in Faradale, and in Elof Street, where his palace was, and in Muhlakeng, where King Mhlanga is buried. After their forced removal, they were affected by mining communities who are using a lot of water, and they are contributing to water shortages through acid mine water. Why don't you use the mine rehabilitation fund for water pollution in order to supply the affected communities?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nyambos. We take your point, but those mines that have been abandoned, they no longer have ownership now. But what we are doing, we are working with municipalities that they must reclaim, because there is a lot of water that are in those mining areas. So that water is acidic, and therefore it must be cleaned properly before it can be used. In the meantime, we also advised those that are doing agriculture activities that they may use that for watering rather than drinking water, because certain processes must be undertaken. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Kobe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, I think it goes without saying that the city of Joburg, much like many municipalities across the country, have been irresponsible with managing its water resources and infrastructure, leaving infrastructure to deteriorate beyond recognition. As one of the cities accounting for the highest levels of non-revenue water, carelessly losing 46% of its water on a daily to the ground, the city is complicit in exacerbating the water woes of the residents of Johannesburg. Minister, what bold steps and strategies will this ministry employ to ensure the city of Johannesburg and other municipalities reduce the high levels of non-revenue water? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. It is not only Johannesburg that is experiencing non-revenue water. All municipalities across the country. There are various factors. One is decaying infrastructure. Two, lack of maintenance. That is why in Johannesburg in particular, we had to introduce restriction level 1 as a wake-up call to say, attend to water infrastructure resource, ring-fence your grant, and ensure that you use the water sale money to invest in water infrastructure. If all municipalities can have that plan, we are planning to meet all municipalities, because we have started to pilot this in Johannesburg, and we are working with SALGA that they must also plug in, so that all municipalities must have clear guidelines on what to do to save the infrastructure, to save the non-revenue. Because of non-revenue water, they lose a lot, and when they lose, now we charge them because we have treated water. So, thank you.
Question number 531 has been asked by the Honourable Moore to the Minister of Water and Sanitation. The question is about the provinces and municipalities, aside from Gauteng, that are neglecting infrastructure maintenance and debt repayments to water boards. The Honourable Minister.
I cannot agree more with, thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I cannot agree more with Honorable Moore. It is the fact that when municipalities are losing a lot of water, they will automatically owe water boards. And when water boards are owed, that is a risk for the country. Because if those water boards collapse, they don't only collapse for one municipality, they collapse for the entire province that they are providing water to. And therefore, out of 144, 67 service authorities scored critical on average across the water supply system. The department has released the drop reports, and 66% of municipalities have since submitted a plan on how are they going to attend to this matter. But also critical to that is maintenance as well as operation, notwithstanding that we have already met all 8 premiers where there is challenge of water. And I must say, 8 premiers of 8 provinces, because there's a lot of non-revenue water. They also owe municipalities. There's only one province that is not owing municipalities. Hence, I'm talking about 8. So we have not been quiet about this. We've engaged all municipalities. We've engaged all premiers, all MEC for Cocta, because we are saying, let's come together. When they owe us as water, they owe electricity. Minane electricity, same WhatsApp group. If he is owed, I'm owed. And therefore, they must pay us so that we can keep on giving services to our people. I thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Moore.
Thank you, Minister. I think you know I have focused on Gauteng as it is my home province, but I've also visited municipalities in Mpumalanga, the Free State, Limpopo, KZN, and the Eastern Cape. And the one thing that is shared in all of those visits, whether to Makanda, to Delmas, Clarence, or eThekwini, our municipalities have serious water problems. Can you commit here to using whatever means are available to the Office of the Minister, the Department, as well as working with the Minister of Cogta to hold these delinquent municipalities to account? Not lip service, but real accountability to begin to turn around the municipalities as part of rescuing South Africa's water sector. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Moore, it is true that we have engaged all municipalities. In some cases, it's not because there is no water. There is lack of capacity and skill and capability in those municipalities. For instance, if you talk Makanda, a month ago I was in Makanda to hand over a big new water treatment plant, which gives them more than 15 megaliters of water. But we are told today that there is no water, but we have handed over. We have handed over the water treatment plant, and when I was handing over that water treatment plant, ndibabuza umbuzo, nizawukwazi uqhubeka nalento sininika yona. They said yes, but your question is lietsang runa re ka tsamaya re fele mo re felang teng because of mulao mpa re batla ba thusa kaofela bo masipala hore ba sebetse hantle ha ke dumellane le wena hore re sebetsa le Cogta re sebetsa le National Treasury bao ba sa kgoning ka ubani ba sena tšhelete ya o etsa seo re National Treasury ha re thuse e tshware hanyane fela their equitable share ba bulele hantle hore ba batlang and ba dumela hore ha bana capacity ba kupe capacity. That is why at times we are singenelela with section 63 kodwa abantu bayamcela section 63 singenelele. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mosikatsi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister, poor infrastructure operation and maintenance are part of the cause of local municipalities' inability to provide quality basic water and sanitation services. Has the department considered establishing a joint special purpose vehicle with struggling municipalities to focus on operations and maintenance to restore quality water availability, which will also tackle the non-revenue water losses. I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Musigati. Yes, the issue of water infrastructure, it is, as I said, affecting a lot of municipalities. We have already piloted the special purpose vehicle with Mfuleni, and there are a lot of municipalities that have shown appetite to take that pilot of Mfuleni to implement in their own municipalities. At eThekwini, the presidential task team is also doing a lot of work wherein the business sector came to the fore to say we don't want to be left behind, because when there's no water, we are unable to do some work as business, we're unable to invest, and therefore it is important that each and every municipality must also identify stakeholders that are going to assist them to carry the load, because our municipalities, they serve the indigent, they are unable to collect expected revenue to meet the demand and supply. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mkhize.
Currently, many communities in Gauteng and throughout the country goes for days without water. Noting that the National Treasury has forced a Ruleni municipality into entering metro trading reform services. In addition, as the MK party, we are concerned that the intervention of IMF grants may lead into undesirable privatization and unaffordable increase in the cost of water and cause more hardship for our people. Would the A-led coalition government consider writing off water debts?
The Honourable Minister.
Now let me just correct something, Kabazela Kamavofo. There is no DA-led. This is the government of national unity led by the African National Congress, okay? When you work with the private sector, that is not privatization of water. We are calling all stakeholders, all beneficiaries of water, come together, lift this load. It's too heavy for municipalities. And therefore, when there are initiatives, we have a lot of partnership that we have also, and that we are recommending to municipalities to engage with. We are partnering with other countries that are doing well in terms of water. So there's no privatization that has been agreed upon, but working together in partnership. Thank you very much.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Webster.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, I'm glad that you've mentioned Section 63, because it's what empowers you and the department to be able to intervene when municipalities have failed. And in fact, the former minister, Senzo Mchunu, had made a commitment in Uthugela municipality as an example to intervene because that municipality has been failing. I want to ask you today, because there are municipalities that go for weeks without water, where human rights to the access of water are violated. What is the condition or the point at which you intervene or you are willing to intervene as the department and as the minister?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Webster. When we intervene through Section 63, there must be other processes that start, like Section 154 of the Constitution, where COCTA intervene to give support. We come in through Section 63, when municipality also requests intervention. For instance, there are municipalities where the department wanted to intervene, but we did not get concurrence. So it is important that municipalities must also note and accept that they have a weakness. This is a sphere of government. We cannot impose ourselves on the sphere of government unless we have reached a stage where COCTA says, now we need that intervention, whether there's concurrence or not. But you cannot jump and intervene immediately. There are certain processes that must unfold first. Thank you.
Abed Mahala.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question 545 has been asked by the Honourable Motubatse to the Minister of Human Settlements. The question is about the action plans to acquire land for relocating communities and to address human settlement challenges, protect residents' rights, and improve living conditions in specified areas. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Mutubatsi. The detailed action plan identified in areas that the department has acquired land suitable for human settlements in Cape Town. It's specifically in Kaelicha, Philippi, Blue Downs, Hagley, Strand, Makasa, Goodwood, Holt Bay, Guguletu, Milnerton, the Wedge area, and Blueback Strand. It is important to note that each of these areas are at different stages of development process. Allow me, Deputy Speaker, not to specify exact sites because we do experience high level of land invasion as majority of the communities do not allow us to be able to develop. Once they hear that the site has been identified for us to develop, they go and occupy it illegally. So we will provide, if required, the exact areas, but we are requesting that honourable members help us to protect this land so that they are not illegally occupied, honourable members. We have also started to work with government through public works in terms of identifying land that is owned by the state for human settlements. We are working with about we've got 700 hectares in the Western Cape with land pipeline, which will translate into 14,000 new housing units just in the city of Cape Town alone. Land assembly for human settlement is a continuous process. We are assisted by HDA in this regard in terms of ensuring that the land is assembled. They have a strategy in that regard, working together with the province and municipalities. Funding for this work is done through human settlement development grants, but also within the informal settlement upgrading program grants, and also within the USDG grants in the city of Cape Town. This work continues in other provinces. I am specifically highlighting this one because the question particularly focuses in the city of Cape Town. Honourable members, the department will continue to collaborate as we implement the new White Paper 2024 for human settlements as we move away from housing to human settlement in terms of our detailed work that we're building sustainable communities. Thank you very much.
The first supplementary question will be taken care of by the Honourable Abades.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Have the constitutional rights of these said communities been affected by the current inaction of your department? If yes, what plans do you have to rectify the violation of the Bill of Rights that is happening under your watch? If not, on what basis do you think that the Constitution has not been violated?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Member, the Bill of Rights comes together with responsibilities. As we provide the in terms of the Bill of Rights, it says that actually our work is on the basis of the Freedom Charter. The Freedom Charter says there shall be housing, security, and comfort. That's what guides our work. Our policy development, that's where we come from. But when we come to the rights, they have limitations as well. So Section 2 of the Constitution talks about the rights, yes, the right for adequate shelter. The state shall provide to citizens a conducive environment to be able to live and have a shelter. That's what we have as an obligation. We do that through the policy development, and programs to support the most vulnerable and the indigent in our communities. So we've never violated our constitutional obligation as the Department of Human Settlement, nor has it happened under my watch. One of the issues that we do, including in informal settlements, that people have illegally occupied the land, we've been able to provide water and sanitation as a temporary measure because it's within the human rights. So I can assure you, under the ANC leadership, there will never be violation of the human rights because our founding basis of our work is the Freedom Charter.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mpiti.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, we agree that unacceptable living conditions, people must be moved out of those. However, Minister, we were in KZN, and while we were in KZN, we saw many houses that were built without access to electricity and water. The lack of bulk infrastructure services in BNG housing that was built was not accessible. So my question, Honourable Minister, is that what is the plan of the department to deal with contractors who are failing to ensure that there's bulk infrastructure in these BNG homes? Because it means that they must come back at a later stage to ensure that those particular services are put into those homes. So please assist, Minister, with what is the plan in regards to contractors who continue to loot the state by ensuring that bulk infrastructure services are not within BNG housing. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Mpiti. There are two things that we need to focus on. We've got a program of rural development, rural housing development. This, we build houses in rural communities where the network infrastructure does not exist. What we do then, we're looking at alternative sanitation and alternative water. That's why the BNGs in those communities then will have water tankers. Because the bulk infrastructure, remember, the mandate of human settlements is within the communities. So we don't build beyond communities and all that. So we can only build there. Once there isn't a network, we do not deny the community in that area of the access to adequate shelter. So we do that. Secondly, in areas, I'm not so sure if it was in eThekwini, then if you go, there's a section in Umlazi and KwaMashu in KwaZulu-Natal in eThekwini, where BNGs were built without bulk infrastructure. I'm aware that Honourable Member will know that that matter is being dealt with by the SIU, and some of the people have already appeared in court. So in where there's been a wrongdoing, there's consequences. We've opened cases ourselves as the department to ensure that there is matters of consequences, but we can be able to recoup the state funds. Then there's an issue of houses that were built prior to 1994 or just after 1994, as we look at the evolution of how we've done our work in Department of Human Settlement, which was predecessed by Department of Housing. During that time, on the first phase, the bulk infrastructure was not a requirement. So we built the houses and also the grants that we're giving at that time from 15,000 to 20,000. Now we've evolved to becoming a human settlements, and that's why there's integration of a BNG having site in terms of land, water, electricity, sanitation. That must be part. And if we build a community, then we include social amenities, including such as infrastructure for roads. So we've got to look at where we are talking about because it will be in different
your time
areas.
has
Thank
expired.
you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Tito.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Minister, it is unacceptable that transit camps are not of good conditions, that have sanitation and dignities, such as one set for community members of Banana City. What is the ratio of toilets to population in transit camps? And what are the timelines of occupation in transit camps? Because reaching 5 years is totally unacceptable. How many people are stuck in transit camps due to projects under distress, and what is the timeline to resolve disputes from those projects? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The ratio for sanitation is 1:5 households. We have found incidences where municipalities have violated the norms and standards that have been issued by the Department of Human Settlements, and we had asked them to rectify. So that's the first part of your question. You've asked 2 questions. The second issue around transit camps, we do not support transit camps as the department. One of the problems that we have, and we've been addressing it with our sister departments, you'd find that a road infrastructure has been built. When a road infrastructure has been built, it displaces people, it removes people from where they are building. But the allocation of money is not coming to Department of Human Settlements. So they give it to those people who are contracting to build the houses. And that's why you'd find that these transit camps will exist for a long time. There are quite a number of them. We are addressing in terms of trying to recoup money from either contractors who can give us that mandate to be able to build for those communities. It's the same thing that happened in the 2010 in KwaZulu-Natal World Cup. When the stadiums were built, they were replaced people. It's the same in Piri, in Soweto, you'll find. In that community, a street was being built, then people were relocated, but it was not given to human settlements. So part of what we are doing, and hence I talk about the white paper that we just finalized consulting on and Cabinet is approving, is that it talks to the mandate of the Department of Human Settlements being able to oversee the work that even when sister departments goes and implement this project, they must send the money to human settlements and so that we can be able to implement that responsibility. So we do apologize to the communities, but it was not the Department of Human Settlement, but other sister departments that were doing in terms of infrastructure, and we are trying to rectify them over time.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Stole.
Angibonga kakhulu Sihlalo. Ngicela ukubuza lapha kumhlonishwa ungqongqoshe ukuthi kunabantu abaningi abahlele endlini ongezona ezabo. Njengako deep slot nje bakhona nako nase Thokoza bakhona. Umbuzo ke uthi ikhona indlela yokuthi umali abantu bekhishwa ikhona indawo enibazobatholela yona ukuze ukuthi uma bekhishwa endlini zabanye abantu bakwazi ukuthola umhlaba. Angithokoza.
The Honorable Minister.
Angibonge mhlonishwa Sithole. Asiqale la. Ongekho emthethweni akukho emthethweni. Mangabe umuntu uyahamba uyothatha indlu engasiyona yakhe, wayefanele umphathiswa ayophathwa ikhanda lokuthi umtholele indawo yokuthi aye. Ngoba lo muntu uyisigebengu babusithole. So ifana nalabo bathatha umhlaba ngendlela engekho right. An illegal activity is an illegal activity. That's it. So asiqale lapho. Hayi man. So the second issue lapho is that masiqala siya kwinto yokuthi abantu sinabantu ukuthi bathatha banikezwa ama-RDP uhulumeni. Mabaqeda labo bantu bazithengisela wona kungekho emthethweni. Abanye siyathola ukuthi kube lama-official siye saba nenkinga ngase eMpumalanga la ukuthi siye sathola ama-official athengise ama-RDP. Ngase Thokoza as well ekuruleni sibe naleyo nkinga. Into siye sayithatha nisazwa ukuthi abanye futhi bayenze lento ama-gangster ukuthi bathathe izindlu kubantu abadala, especially senior citizens. What we have done now is a process elikuthi sivumelene ngayo sumkhandlu ukuthi siyothola abantu abazosenzela i-audit yezindlu bangene bathi zivese ungubani uphethe iphepha likabani babheke i-system yethu ukuthi ngabe wena ukuba ufanele ube lapho mayingaba awuwena ofanele ube lapho uzawufanele uchaze kahle enkantolo ukuthi kwenze njani. We want to deal with this decisively, arrest where possible, especially syndicates, because we do think that we have built a lot of houses as ANC government, and over time, the houses have been in wrong hands, and those that are not supposed to. Want to ensure that the houses go back to the rightful owners. And I must say, after I have done an announcement in the public in my last media briefing, we've received substantive information from communities, from councillors, but others who came forth to say, Mam Kubai, siyabona ukuthi tuzosbophisa mina nangu ngiyazireport ngayithenga lendlu ngicela uyithathe back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We move to question number 496.
Chair, I'm under the impression that we have an opportunity as the ANC for a supplementary on that question.
by MKP. Is that so?
No, Honorable Member, that was the last supplementary question. Question number 496 has been asked by Honorable Govana to the Minister of Basic Education. The question is about the department's readiness and to implement the Basic Education Law Amendment Act, including the 2 clauses under consultation. The Honorable Minister. Can we get a roving mic to the Minister, please?
Come here, Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you to the Honourable Member. The Department of Basic Education has made progress in preparing for the implementation of the BELA Act. We have completed training of provincial and district officials whose roles are directly impacted by the new legislation. This foundational training ensures that provincial and district teams are well equipped to support schools and to give meaningful effect to the Act's provisions. At the start of the new school year, these trained officials will guide school principals and SGBs through tailored training sessions supported by oversight from the DBE. This approach will ensure consistency and readiness across all levels. In terms of ongoing responsibilities, the department has structured implementation tasks across the relevant units at both provincial and district levels. Each unit is aligned with specific BELA Act clauses relevant to its operational mandate. This targeted approach will enable focused execution and monitoring of the Act to ensure that it is implemented lawfully and in the best interests of the learners. In addition, the department is carefully determining where additional regulations, norms, and standards may be required to give proper effect to this legislation. Regarding the implementation of sections 4 and 5 of the BELA Act, I will refrain from providing commentary until the consultations between the parties in the GNU, a process that is led by the President, is concluded. We remain committed to aligning our approach with the outcomes of those consultations. As the Minister, it is my constitutional responsibility to ensure that this Act is implemented properly and ultimately in a manner that supports the improvement of education outcomes.
The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Govan.
No, thank you very much. I would want to make a follow-up to say the transformation of our education system is fundamental for creation of a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, prosperous society. Practices of exclusion do exist in our education system, and the democratic government must redress the transformation of the system. What measures will the minister implement to ensure public schools do not have morally severe homogeneous communities due to language or ethnicity within a diverse community?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The member asked about how do we look after our schools to make sure that we stamp out any form of discrimination. Firstly, I think I want to assure the Honorable Member that no SGB, Provincial Education Department, National Department of Education is ever going to be allowed to act outside the bounds of the Constitution. What the Constitution binds the state with is ensuring that there's no discrimination, particularly in places of learning like our schools. So no SGB, no school, no provincial department can act outside of what the Constitution says. So whether there are laws or no laws, all of these actors are guided by the Constitution, and I'm convinced that if we follow the Constitution to the letter, we will ensure that our schools are open to learning and there are places without any discrimination.
The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Christians.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister, the Bella Act introduces significant changes that centralise authority over key functions, which many believe could diminish the role of school governing bodies and community input. Stakeholders have voiced concerns that this shift may reduce schools' responsiveness to unique needs of their communities, ultimately impacting the quality and inclusivity of education across diverse regions. Minister, in implementing the Bella Act, what specific safeguards will your department establish to ensure that the centralisation of decision-making does not undermine the autonomy of school governing bodies and the involvement of local communities in school government? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Members, it's very important to note that there is a three-tier partnership in the education space. Public schools that are represented by the SGBs, provincial education departments, and the National Department of Education. And when all those three spheres work well together and they stick to their legislative mandate, then we have a good functioning system. And so, member, with the GNU process and the consultation process happening around sections 4 and 5, whatever the outcome, number one, we need to make sure that those three spheres are protected, they are kept somewhat autonomous while in line with the Constitution. But at the same time, whatever the outcome of those processes needs to make sure that we place the interest of the learner first, we make sure that no SGB powers are compromised, but at the same time, the Constitution must make sure that it's upheld, that every single learner has access to quality education, that in a fair and they're able to access quality education in whatever area in a language of in their mother tongue where it is practicable, as the Constitution says.
The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Shongwe.
The MK party is very concerned about the display of apartheid flag, which characterized the DA-led racist march with other anti-transformation reactionaries against the Bella Bill law. Given that the President has not raised any constitutional parliamentary process issues, what is the legislative prescript that warrants the 90-day delays? Is it therefore true that the DA in this coalition is there to reverse the transformation gains in democratic breakthrough?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I think, House Chair, it's important to note that there's only one organization that I'm aware of that is in this House that has made it very clear that if they were to be in government, they would to repeal the Constitution. And that's the party that Honorable Shongwe belongs to. So not the Democratic Alliance. In fact, we pride ourselves as being constitutionalists. And so unlike Honorable Shongwe's party, I don't understand what the question is.
Honorable Minister, there's a point of order. Honorable Member, before you speak, I want to say this again. Yes. You raise your hand if you want to be recognized. you don't press your mic and speak. Can we please adhere to the rules of the House? You may proceed.
Thank you, Acting Speaker.
No, thank you,
Deputy
Chair.
Speaker.
Bengithi angilungise Honorable Minister ukuthi sibonge ushongwe singabantu. And
Okay, thank you very much for that correction.
The Minister has not addressed the
I
question.
have not recognized you, Honorable Reddy. And you have not raised your hand. Honorable Member, yes.
No, thanks. Chair, I think we must be on a point of order on you. A member there stood up, spoke, without you recognizing him earlier on, and you did nothing about that. Now, we're coming in, we are speaking as MK, you are now saying that he did not raise his hand. We can go back and track those things. He was there, he was speaking. You allowed him to speak. You are basically out of order.
Honorable Member, that is not a point of order. And a member did raise the hand. And it's fine. Maybe I did not say
recognize,
then.
you did not
no,
recognize.
we are not going to have this engagement. We are not going to have this engagement. All I'm saying is, I'm saying we must all adhere. I did not say MK members must. I said all of us here in this house, can we adhere to that? So it's a plea that please let us adhere to the rules so that another person or another member does not repeat the same thing again. Honorable Reddy?
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. The Minister who did not attend the signing of the Bella Bill is not answering the question. And our understanding, and she's actually politicking on the matter, in addition to that, she's not a DA
Honorable
minister.
Reddy?
She's a minister for all of us.
Honorable
so she needs
Reddy?
to respond to the question.
Honorable
Madam
Reddy,
Deputy Speaker.
that is not a point of order. And your the question from Honorable Shongwe was direct to the Minister and to the TA. And she is responding to that. So there's no way where the Minister is out of order. Please, can we go back to the question and responses session and do not have this point of orders? Yes, Honorable Member.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
No, Honorable Reddy, I did not recognize you.
And can we be more specific when you say member? You're looking at me and you say
No,
member.
I'm not looking
I don't
at
know whether
you.
you're talking to me. But you're looking at me now. See, I can see
I'm
you
not
look
looking at you.
Okay.
Honorable Member.
Honorable Chair, kindly assist the process. The member raised a question to the Minister, not to the DA.
Correct.
But the opening remark made reference to a march that was led by a DA and other transformation reactionaries that happened to be against or oppose the Bella Bill. Now the Minister must respond to the question, not the opening remark. Thank you.
But honorable members, please. The Minister has not even finished in her response. Can we allow the Minister to finish her response first? Because the honorable member, I heard the question correctly. And he did refer to the withdrawal of the DA and whatever. So the Minister is still responding. Can we allow the Minister to respond to the question that was asked? Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I want to apologize to Umhlonishwa Ushongwe. I would not want to mispronounce your name. Now, the matter that I wanted to raise, Honorable Chair, is that this is a presidential process that has nothing to do with DBE. The 90-day process is designed to consult with various stakeholders, but we as the department will be led by the outcome of that process. And whatever the outcomes are, we will make sure that it's within the confines of the Constitution and that we place the interests of the learner first. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I know that Honorable Reddy is always ready to jump up, but I wasn't done responding.
Honorable Minister, please do not address any member. You were responding to a question. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Muntwedi.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I hope this rogue minister of the madam is going to respond as honest as possible to this question.
Honorable
and
Muntwedi.
Not undermine this house
Honorable
like how he
Muntwedi.
undermined President Ramaphosa.
Honorable Muntwedi, please can you hold this? Yes, Honorable Manye.
Thank you, Chair. This does not relate to Honorable Muntwedi. I raised my hand, but I think you saw me a bit late. The issue I want to deal with, Chair, is with you again. That I want to ask you, Chair, to please try and be fair in your rulings or in your management of this House. If the question is about what is the legislative prescript that you relied on for the 90 days, and the minister does not go anywhere near that, you have a duty to say to the minister the question is, so that you don't have a situation where ministers respond. You don't want responses, you want answers. The question is, what is the legislative prescript that 90 days is based on? It's either it's there or it's not there. So we can't have a situation where the minister is allowed to ramble on.
Honorable Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable House Chairperson, it is a different point of order. The member of the EFF referred to the minister as a rogue minister. May I ask that you request him to please withdraw?
Honorable Muntwedi.
Thank you very much. Like
Did you did you say that the minister was rogue?
Oh no, I never said that. I was referred to Hansard. Can people stop
Okay,
asking
it's fine.
frivolous point of order? We want to make the minister accountable.
We'll go back to Hansard
Yes.
and I'll come back with a decision.
As honest as possible and not undermine this house like how he undermined President Ramaphosa by not attending the signing of the Bella Bill into law. And the president, because of his fear for white people, has not done anything up until now. Minister, the AfriForum and other right-wing partners of the DA are opposed to the Bella Bill, primarily because they want to continue using Africans as a means of excluding
Honorable
native
Muntwedi.
African
Honorable
language.
Muntwedi, there's, can you please hold? There's another point of order.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I'm not going to request you to rule on this now, but when you consider and go back to the Hansard, will you also keep in mind that the honourable member might have blatantly either misled the House at best or blatantly lied just now? Thank you.
Honorable members, I have ruled that I will go back to Hansard and I will come back with the decision that I would take at that time. Honorable Mautwe.
No, thank you, Chair. I think this chief whip of the DA must be removed from the House. He is busy calling frivolous point of orders here. We're busy addressing matters of national importance. So really we don't have time for this frivolous point of orders, Chair. I think he must rule that he must be removed. Please.
No, Honorable Mautwe, I'm not going to rule that he must be removed. He was raising a point of order based on what he raised before. So I will now give Honorable Muntwedi to continue with the question.
I'm not continuing, I'm starting. Minister, the AfriForum and other right-wing partners of the DA are opposed to the Bella Bill, Bella Act, primarily because they want to continue using Africans as a means of excluding native African language-speaking learners from accessing what they view as African schools. Do you, Minister, support the use of Afrikaans language as a tool of exclusion, as the DA and other right-wing parties seem to suggest? And why were you chased away
Honorable
in
Muntwedi,
KZN
your time
by
has expired.
members of SATU?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to assure the honorable member that as a constitutionalist, I really do value all 12 of the official languages. In fact, Section 29 of the Constitution for constitutionalists will tell you that the use of all South African official languages is protected by the Constitution. And that if we are able to, we should be able to educate people ngelwimi lako wabo kubangaba umkhulumende uyakwazi ukwenza oko. So ke mhlonishwa ndifuna ukuqinisekisa into bana thina abantu bazi constitutionalists, we value home languages and we value what Section 29 says. And I was never chased away by SATU. SATU was demonstrating. I simply went to them to hear their grievances, and they refused for me to hear them. But I'll continue doing my work without fear or favor.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 556 has been asked by the Honorable S. Tembekwayo to the Minister of Health. Okay, Honorable Manye.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I don't know whether it's an eyesight issue or what, because I don't want to have a situation where I raise my hand, you don't see me, and it looks like I would have raised my hand after the fact. I raised my hand when the minister was, I wanted to call a point of order on her because she made disparaging remarks to Honorable Muntwedi. When she said that she implied it, and that is a disparaging in terms of Rule 85. It's disparaging to pretend as if she's the only constitutionalist here. By so saying, she's actually disparaging Honorable Muntwedi as if he is not subscribing to the Constitution which he has sworn on. We insist that she must withdraw that remark.
Honorable Manye, there's absolutely nothing out of order of what Minister said, honestly. When a minister says she subscribes to the Constitution, it does not mean that the other member does not do that. And she had not cast any aspersion on any member. So Rule 85, it's out and you are out of order. And can we please stop, because I don't want to have this engagement. We cannot have a point of orders while you are raising a point of order and I am taking a decision on it. So there will not be an engagement on point of orders. On the same point of order, and I've made a decision about that. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. The minister, just to remind him, to call him to order. You know, the minister, some of us
Honorable
were
Skosana,
in the 1976.
Honorable Skosana,
Honorable
you
Chair.
don't address the minister. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just want to remind him that in 1976,
Honorable Skosana.
They say no, but they didn't hear me. What I'm saying?
Honorable Skosana, I'm saying address me.
Yes, I'm addressing you, but they are howling me.
No.
You are misgendering the minister.
Me.
It's a she.
They are drowning me. She, okay, you said I must address you.
Yes.
The minister maybe is not aware that some of us, we fought against this so-called Afrikaans language. Now, if Chair, ukhuluma lento ayikhulumako yokuthi ama languages I understand lento ayitshoko mara ngizomkhumbuza masiphuma la. Thank you.
Honorable members, we are wasting our time for question session. And it will be this house again coming to the Chief Whips Forum and complaining that ministers are not responding to questions and the time runs out. And we here in this house are to blame because we are wasting more time than we should. We should be going to the next question now. Honorable Mkalipi.
Chair, it's very cold here. We are going to have a pneumonia. Can you adjust aircons, please?
Okay, can we get assistance in terms of adjusting the aircons? And it's windy outside as well, so there's actually no heat. Thank you, Honorable Mkalipi. Question number 556 has been asked by the Honorable Tembekwayo to the Minister of Health. The question is about the plans for the full rollout and implementation of the National Health Insurance Act and whether the disagreements within the governing coalition will delay or impact its implementation. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The Act provides for gradual phased-in implementation using progressive and programmatic approach based on financial resources availability. There are 2 phases provided for. The full details will evolve over the 2 phases. The first phase was responded to in a written parliamentary question, 1445, with timelines. But for now, I'll say the following. Specific targets: health system strengthening initiatives like infrastructure, human resources, quality improvement. These initiatives are in the department's annual performance plan, the APP, where the 2025-26 targets are indicated. They are ongoing initiatives. The second one is to develop the national health insurance legislation, governance regulations, publish draft comments, incorporate comments, promulgate relevant sections, and public regulations. This will happen in early December 2024, end of March 2026, and April 2025, end of March 2025, and April 2025. Then the third one, establish foundational institution. The National Tertiary Health Services Committee, it exists. National Governing Body on Training and Development, it exists. Ministerial Advisory Committee on Healthcare Benefits, April 2025. Ministerial Advisory Committee on Health Technology Assessment. In April 2025, we'll convert the existing technical working group into that Ministerial Advisory Committee on Health Technology Assessment. Contracting units for primary health care, 1 in each province, is being developed as I'm talking. And then number 4, purchasing of personal health care services for vulnerable groups. Department is already testing capitation in 9 primary health care groups around the country. The last one, preparation for the establishment of the fund as a Schedule 3A entity. The appointment of the board will happen in November. The branch replaced by NDT will be in April 2026, and phase 1 of electronic medical records. As I'm talking now, this one is on as from the beginning of November. It is being rolled out and being implemented in the Tlhabeng, in the Free State. The last question about whether disagreements may delay, the disagreements that may arise between members of the GNU about the specified act will be discussed in the relevant government fora. The act is law as it is now and is being implemented until such time that Parliament changes it or a court of law outlaws it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The first supplementary question, I am informed that it will be taken over by Honorable Bloss under Rule 137, Section 10. Honorable Bloss.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. So, Minister, you know, the goal for universal healthcare is actually quite a noble cause. And you must know that it will always find support within us as the economic freedom fighters. But we must state that we oppose the NHI in its current form, Minister, because we have the strong view that it prioritizes the interest of private healthcare providers than trying to increase the accessibility of quality public health care. So the question, Minister, is what are the short to medium-term plans of ensuring that public hospitals are of such high quality that there would be no need for private health care in this country?
Honorable Minister.
We have, Honorable Member, said many times that NHI is not about providing private health care. We said so many times and we repeat it. NHI is to enable South Africans to access all healthcare services they need in the country without suffering financial hardships. And remember, NHI is not only a concept of South Africa, it's a global concept as defined by the World Health Organization to stop people from experiencing catastrophic healthcare expenditure. And the United Nations has also adopted it. I don't know any member state of the United Nations which did not adopt universal health coverage. People who are against it keep on saying we support universal health coverage, then they add bad, as we have done, Honorable Member. Every time is bad, bad, bad. We do not understand those parts, but it is not true that NHI is going to promote private health care. On the contrary, people in private health care believe NHI is going to abolish private health care. So both of you, from the both extremes, you are claiming something that is not going to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Sine.
Honorable Sine has asked that I take the question on her behalf.
Continue.
Umsuka Chair, where NHI Act, universal health coverage. Mgogodla wayo isukela ku United Nations body actually World Health Organization. Manje ke abaningi abantu la bathi i-NHI iletha inkinga kwi-private healthcare sector engabe wena ubhekana minister neyinkinga zezibhedlela zabantu bakithi i-public hlukana ne-private bayisusela kuphi lonto ngoba kunomcabango ukuthi lento ize kuzoxazulula inkinga zawo wonke nje umuntu ingakho inegama ukuthi universal health coverage ngokwenhlangano yezizwe thina sayikhetha sathi NHI ikhona naye iyabambeka lento eshiwo yilaba bathi NHI izele ukuzoxazulula ayixazulula inkinga zezibhedlela zabantu
Honorable Dlomo,
yeke as a private.
Unfortunately, your time is expired. I'll afford the minister time to respond to the comments.
Yes, I've already responded to the first part about public and private health care. And I want to repeat again, Honorable Chair, House Chair, that NHI has got there are two parts to the definition of NHI. The first part is about providing quality health care to everybody regardless of their socio-economic status. The second part is that when you receive health care in your country, you should not suffer catastrophic health care expenditure. That's the second part. What do we mean by catastrophic expenditure? I want to read for you, honorable members, a report that appeared 8 days ago in the business tech, just to see the problems that we are faced with in the private healthcare sector, which we can't allow to continue. And I'm quoting, Prof. Med CEO Gray Comrie warns that if key issues aren't addressed, South Africans could face substantial hike in medical aid costs, with increases as high as 160% projected for the coming years. This steep cost threatened to strain household budgets, leaving many anxious about how to afford necessary healthcare cover, even as inflation and interest rate show some signs of relief. Healthcare costs are set to rise faster than many other expenditures. Major medical schemes in the country have already increased by double digits, and it's going to be a big problem for people. Now, you can't say this must be left. Last week, or was it early this week, a reverend from East London, who has been paying for a medical aid for 30 years, is sick. 1.4 million rand is needed. The medical aid is refusing to pay. We have got many of these examples
Honorable
which
Minister,
are happening in the private sector.
Your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Dupleix.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The Honourable Member from the EFF in her question asked about the factors that have impacted on the implementation of the NHI Act. But we all know that there is an elephant in the room affecting implementation, which is the massive estimated cost of implementing the NHI Act. Has the Minister and the Department of Health performed a costing of implementing the NHI Act? And if yes, what are the relevant details? And if not, why not?
Honorable Minister.
The massive costs you are talking about are self-created. We do not know about them. They are self-created, and there are claims which we know about. The most recent one is that NHI is going to cost 1.3 trillion rand, which is the total budget of the country, to make people run away from it. When we interrogate how they reached that, they say if 63 million South Africans, all of them get private health care, then that's the amount of money that is wanted. Which universal health coverage, which NHI is saying everybody will get private health care and nobody will go to public institutions. Do you know how good we have public institutions in this country? And who said everybody will go there? The heart transplant in this country, there are only 2 hospitals that do heart transplant. One of them is public, it's Groote Schuur Hospital. The other one is Mill Park Netcare Hospital. So can we close Groote Schuur and everybody must go to Netcare? That is not our NHI, it is theirs. We also know, today I'm challenging you, go to a private hospital and try to ask for a circumcision. They will charge you 18,000 rand, which a GP can charge for 1,800. Why will we in NHI encourage you to go to a private hospital and pay 18,000 when you can pay 1,800? We won't allow that. Now, this insistence that we must cost NHI. Number one, show me any country which implemented universal health coverage that did the costing you are asking about. This private health care which is now in our country, the first policy started in 1967. Tell me where they costed it. Why is it that when it comes to NHI, then they must start saying cost, cost, cost? We will cost what we are ready to implement at the time we are ready to do so.
Honorable Minister,
thank you.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Letlape.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister. In your opening remarks, you said the NHI Act will continue unless it is challenged in a court of law. My question is, given the fact that our judiciary, they are all on medical aid, and for any challenge, all our courts would be conflicted on the matter of medical aid, where would those matters be adjudicated? Are we now going to the International Court of Justice? Because our judiciary is conflicted on this matter. And for me, I just need guidance with respect to that matter? And maybe as a secondary question, our constitution talks about all people, the unemployed, and the people from foreign lands
Honorable
that live in this
Letlape.
country. How are we going to cover
Your
them?
time is expired. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Dr. Letlape, you are a lawmaker. You made a law about this NHI. When you are also conflicted, judges are no different from you. Yes, all of you in this house, you have got medical aids. All of you. So you are conflicted, but you pass this law. All of you in this house.
You will know it's compulsory to join the medical aid of parliament. You will know that. I don't know why you even raising it.
But you are conflicted by so joining. And you passed a law. You did not abstain when the law was passed. All of you in this house, including the judges and all public servants, are being heavily subsidized by this government to be on your medical aid to the tune of 70 million rand. You are not only ending there. Everybody in South Africa who is on a medical aid get tax rebates, get tax credits, which goes to the tune of 30 billion rand. And I'm sorry I said million. It's 70 billion, not million. For which, so all of you in South Africa who are the elite on medical aid, you are conflicted on this matter. But I think, and privilege, yes, and I think it must still be adjudicated even with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ntlangwini, I had not recognized you. You pressed your mic and you spoke with the minister. Please, can we not do that again? Question number 567 has been asked by the Honorable R.N. Kebekulu to the Minister of Human Settlements. The question is about the current status of relocating victims of the devastating natural disasters in KwaZulu-Natal and other regions from community halls and flats, and the timelines for building permanent homes, specifically in eThekwini municipality. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson and Honorable Kebekulu. We currently do not have any residents in any of mass care centers or halls. All the communities which were affected by disasters, either we moved them to temporary emergency accommodation or they have been given temporary units. In the month of June and October 2024, Nelson Mandela Metro municipality alone had 3,921 households that were affected. Buffalo City, 202. City of Cape Town, 207. And all of them as vulnerable communities were accommodated in what we call TIA, temporary emergency accommodation. These are units that we rent as the Department of Human Settlements, and we are able to put them in those areas for a particular period of time. In 2022, we introduced this mechanism in KwaZulu-Natal. Unfortunately, part of the experiences and lessons learned is that the landlords and those we rented from started charging a lot of money. So we have given a termination process to KwaZulu-Natal and eThekwini for the relocation of these people out of those expensive residential emergency rentals. And this we learned, and that's why we went and changed the emergency housing framework, so that we indicate that when people are in tiers, they must be staying there for 30 days and they must be moved to either temporary sites where there's land, they can be relocated. We actually piloted this in Gqeberha, where land was available for human settlements. We utilized that to put temporary units and moved, check the people if they were on the list, and then we moved them. So when you look at our intervention in terms of emergency housing, those that the houses have been partially damaged, we bring in NHPRC to do assessments, and therefore then we give them vouchers to be able to repair for themselves. We do temporary relocation, as I say, into tiers. and we pay for it, and now it's going to be 30 days that we are paying, not more than that, and this has been communicated to provinces and municipalities. Then permanent residence comes as part of our normal process under HSDG and also in terms of our beneficiary management. What has come through from communities is that people who place themselves in different dangerous areas tend to be given priority and therefore prioritized in the beneficiary of BNG. So we are trying to find a balance in saving lives, but ensuring that those who have been disciplined, staying in backyards and in communities waiting for their turn, for RDP houses or PNG houses can receive benefits. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. I have been informed that the first supplementary question will be taken over by Honorable Sithole in terms of Rule 137, Section 10.
Angibonge kakhulu mhlonishwa sihlalo ngithi mhlonishwa ngqongqoshe siyathokoza mhlambe ukuthola lo mbiko kodwa ke ukulandela ukuthi i-time frame mhlambe yalabo abantu bonke abahleli elokhu ekuma-temporal structures ikhona indlela yokusebenzisana phakathi kukahulumeni we-national we-province nokahulumeni wasekhaya ngoba kunabantu abaningi nje aba-affectekile ngenxa zokuthi ilokhu imvula njengoba sikhuluma nje isaqhubeka nokwenzeka ukuthi manje ikhona nenye indlela yokuthi laba sebevese be-affectekile ikhona indlela yokubanceda nanokuthi nje ikothatha isikhathi esinganani nanokuthi ikhona indlela yokubheka ukuthi okuzokwenzeka manje ama-department wonke azoxhumana kanjani. Angithokoze kakhulu.
Honorable Minister.
Hawu makhawule ngiphendule ngiyabonga ngoba sisebenza sonke lapha. Angibonge mhlonishwa uSithole. Empeleni into ekhona kukhona laba ba-affectekile kudala elukuthi siye sa-approacha u-National Treasury. Into esiyenzile siye sakhosta wonke la ilukuthi iy'khukhula zibe khona, especially kakhulu kuy'khukhula. La ilukuthi sibheke khona ukuthi ingabe abantu bakithi singabasiza kanjani. Manje into ebe yinkinga khona ukuthi u-Treasury uthi umthetho lo phasiswe yithi abantu amalungu womthetho ukuthi into mayibizwa i-emergency ayifanelanga ibe ilukuthi yeminyaka endlulile. Fanele ibe kulo nyaka lo ilukuthi ucela kuyo imali. So yiko i-application yethu under emergency application ingakwazanga ukuthi iphumelele. Now into esiyenza ukuthi sibathatha ceswana kancane so that sibe siyabaqeda. But because siyenzwa yini imali allocated KwaZulu Natal kwamanje siyazi ukuthi umnyango kwaZulu Natal wa human settlement under pressure kakhulu kuyikhukhula, and especially because ziba repeat manje uthi usathila nale disaster kube nenye phezukwenye, and then you find ukuthi community yethu iba affected, iba displaced. So imali ebasinika yona allocation yethu njengomnyango iye inganeli kahle. So siyaxoxisana nomphathiswa wezemali ukuthi sibone ukuthi singalekelela kanjani. But enye sibhekile njengomnyango ukubheka i-innovation building technologies. Besalinda ukuthi umthetho uphasiswe or ipolicy iphasiswe so that sibe nendlela ukuthi singakuletha ngoba kungasiza kakhulu ngoba kuyashesha ukuthi sakhe ngaloko, but futhi siyacabanga ukuthi masine scale kuzosilekelela futhi kwezimali. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Makakula.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, understanding the human settlement landscape in South Africa is critical to implement measures which will mitigate the negative impact of future natural disasters, and geographic information system can accelerate the identification of human settlements in flood plains or areas which are not inhabitable due to their spatial risk. My question is, what measures will the department implement for the relocation of human settlements situated in areas vulnerable to natural disasters? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makakula. What we have done as the Department of Human Settlements, we've identified informal settlements that we categorize as Category C informal settlements across the country. The work is still going on. These are informal settlements that are sitting, for example, in flood lines within communities which are at risk of drowning, people drowning, and all that. We've agreed with provinces through the allocation of informal settlement upgrading grant that we must prioritize them in terms of relocation, especially those that are old. At the beginning of the year, this year, I've written to all the metros and the provinces to say, we need to start having a system in terms of how we deal with informal settlements. One, in terms of the oldest informal settlements, because sometimes communities complain that you are prioritizing an informal settlement that just started in 2010, while there is an informal settlement that has been there in 1997. So we started a system to work on that. So it's relocation, especially those that are older, as part of We Go. So it will be 2005 backwards, and then we'll start with those and relocate them in terms of land parcels that we are acquiring. For example, in Gauteng, there's been quite a number of land parcels that have been acquired. What we find as a difficulty is that it's the delay within the municipalities in terms of the approvals of SPLUMA. So part of the conversations we have with municipalities is how to fast-track those without compromising your EIAs. Part of the issue in municipalities where there's capacity challenges, we've got support that we bring in terms of the specialists that can come and support the municipalities to be able to fast-track the program. So this is an area that is volatile, that is moving a target. That's why consistently we are appealing to communities not to illegally occupy land because it's most of the time not suitable for human settlements. People die because of floods, people die because of high voltage of electricity, or even in terms of how they are dolomitic areas and all those things. So that's part of the work that we do. It's continuous and we'll continue to report annually. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Paul.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, what specific sustainable action plans and measures has your department put in place to ensure quicker and better response should a disaster like this strike again? What have you learned from this situation, and how will you use this for the benefit of our communities? And lastly, we saw a different story with our oversight in KwaZulu-Natal.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I missed your name, Honorable Member. The different story, we took over the responsibility nationally of disasters from 2023, 1st April. And the reason why we took that over is because of acknowledgement of the weaknesses and the turnaround time it was taking to respond to communities and the effectiveness of the mechanisms of intervention. So that's why we took over, and hence we are improving. The second area, we do have a full strategy of emergency housing that has been adopted by MINMEC that we have published on our website and distributed to municipalities, to our district center. What happens specifically is that when a disaster hits, we are alerted or we pick it up through the district disasters, and then our teams goes to be part of the disaster teams in the districts. Within 24 hours, we are allowed to be able to find if the area is accessible, to find beneficiaries that have been affected. Within 48 hours, there must be an assessment team that goes if it's a structure that is permanent. If it's a temporary structures or informal settlements, within 7 days, there's intervention. So we have time frames in terms of that framework, and I'll encourage the member to go through the framework. We are very clear about our intervention, our time frames, and what is required. We've issued booklets to all councillors so that we can support them, and honorable members are more than welcome to have that booklet to support members in their constituencies. Thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Kana.
Okay. Na cancer, mtromashtul. Holobze. So, loko ilang sa shibut solish. Shilaba ku kamba kurno. kuna vanhu lava ku nga khale va tsarisile ku ri va ta kuma tiyindlu mara hi ku lava tshamaka koho a hi tindhawu leti ti hluphaku hi ti-disaster leti and then as ndzawulo ya matshamo na ku aka tiyindlu mi endla njhani ku ri ngopfungopfu loko hi langutisa swifundza matirhelo ya swona ku ri no loko va karhi va aka tiyindlu allocation ya tiyindlu leti va va na ku ri va mixa vanhu lava nga affecta hi disaster na vanhu lava ku nga khale va kombele ku ri va hakeriwa tiyindlu na khensa mutshama xitulu.
Honorable Minister.
Na khensa Honorable Ghana. Ni hleketa ku ri a hi swi twisisi kahle mhlonipheki. Lawani va vulavula hi lava va nga affecteka hi leswa ti-disaster hayi leswa ku akela long term. Hi na ti-program leyi hi vitanaku hi ku ri hi emergency housing swa swindlu leswi hi swi akaku swo hatlisa hayi leswi swo ku ri u suka u aka swa khale lava va nga tsarisa khale. So vo tala lava va affectaku ka leswi swa emergency hi lava va nga aka mikhukhu swinene. So lava nga tshama ka tindhawu ta nga ri kahle so hi vona va vulaku hi vona lava va lavaku ku ri ni hlamula ka vona va le KwaZulu-Natal a va nghenelelwe hi mati tindlu ta vona ti famba. Se leswi ni swi hlamuselaku hala hi ku ri loko va suka la hi nghenelela hi va pfuna van'wanyani va teke nkarhi ku ri hi va susa lava nga tshama kona hi ku ri mali leyi nga hi hakela a yi durha ngopfu so hi nge swi koti ku ri khoma hi teka mali ya mfumo ya hi nghenisa laya because swi ta hi teka ku ri budget ya hina yi hela so hi teka vona hi ku a va tseme contract leti va nga ri na tona swoswana so that hi swi kota ku ri hi intervene ku kun'wanyani hi va pfuna ene swo tala la hi kumaku kona la mi nga tisa kona mhlonipheki hi ku ri vanhu vo tala lava va nga applya swi kumiseka ku ri va tshama ka ti-list u kuma lava va ti-informal settlement va hatlisela ku ri va pfuna so hi leswi hi ku hina hi la ku endla ku ri lava va nga tshama lava tshama kona hi va relocator so that lava nga tshama kona i nga ri ka danger because hi na constitutional obligation to protect life hi ri human settlement so hi nge va tshike loko hi va tiva because human rights commission yi ta fika yi ku no a wu endlanga ntirho wa wena so hi balance leyi hi kombelaku especially la ku kalaku kona mali because la i ri ku na allocation a swi kota ku ri nghenelela but kun'wanyani ha tsandzeka hi mhaka ku ri mali leyi va hi nyikaku yona lembe na lembe a yi talanga ngopfu yo va sitsanana ene a yi swi koti ku tirha hinkwaswo leswi hi swi lavaka na cancer.
Thank you. Question number 497 has been asked by the Honorable N. Inkosi to the Minister of Higher Education. The question is about steps to address the National Student Financial Aid Scheme funding disbursement challenges, particularly considering that it is difficult to assess its performance with an outstanding audit report. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson. Maybe one, we need to bring to the attention of the House that as the department, we did receive annual report of NSFAS on the 11th of November 2024. I think it was yesterday for the financial year 2022-2023. The department and AG received the NSFAS annual report and financial statements for the 2022-2023 on the 30th of October 2024. It should be noted that the terms of reference of the administrator addresses the need for resolving operational challenges such as disbursements of funds and decisions have been effected to work more closely with the universities in this regard. And better controls have been instituted in the universities and the NSFAS, thus improving the turnaround time of disbursements of funds. The department has also engaged the Auditor General on the audit processes within NSFAS to ensure that NSFAS submits financial statements and annual reports for 2022, 2023, 2024. As I'm here in the House, I just want to indicate that the report is going to be tabled before the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training as soon as we get an indication from the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, House Chair. NSFAS challenges can result in some students dropping out due to delayed responses or declines of applications without a sufficient basis. Honorable Minister, how will the department's approach to addressing the challenges related to funding disbursement ensure that student enrollment and retention rates are not impacting NSFAS eligible students and those of the missing middle? Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson. I think we need to first indicate that as the country, we are a member of the United Nations, and we also adhere to the 1948 Universal Access of the Human Rights, and also in accordance with the Section 29 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, we're compliant. That states that everyone has a right to a basic education, including adult basic education, and to further education, which the state, through reasonable measures, must make progressively available and accessible. So in terms of priority number 3, which is education, skills, and health, our intervention is to improve quality provision of education and training while improving access, efficiency, and as well as quality of the PSET system. So amongst the interventions is to make sure that we receive data from the institutions of higher learning on time so that funding decisions are made timelessly, and in terms of ensuring that we also provide a decent learning and living spaces. We adhere to DHET minimum norms and standards as to ensure that we indeed provide good quality student accommodation, as much as we do have some challenges there and there. And we also have one part of our NSFAS, the comprehensive student funding model, which also accommodates the missing middle. So as to date, we only have 1,300 applications that have qualified to also be beneficiary of this provision. However, we also want to appeal to the members of Parliament to speak to members or constituencies to say there is a provision that has been made
Honorable
by government,
Minister.
so they must also make sure that they do
Honorable
apply
Minister.
for them to be.
Honorable Manye.
Chairperson, I want to raise an order here as it relates to the equitable dispensation of questions for oral reply. That we have a certain allocation. Now, if we are going to have certain members of certain parties that, based on the response, which is a well-considered response.
Honorable Manye, can you?
That is
yeah,
written.
Thank you.
That is written, a well-considered response that is written, and the minister is reading word for word. It's very clear. It's very clear that this response is because the minister was provided the question. So in other words, the ANC members here are given more opportunity
There's no point of order.
for
You shall apart.
submitting questions for oral reply. This is not fair.
What are you implying? What are
Honorable
you implying?
Manye. Honorable Manye, you can't cast aspersion that ANC members were giving the minister questions unless you bring proof to the House of that sort. I saw the minister having her paper, but I'm definitely sure that I saw her responding to a member and looking at her and responding to the question, and she was quoting something that maybe she had prepared by herself. So we cannot like engage on how, whether the minister will be reading on that paper or the minister has prepared something or she's saying it out of her head. Like it cannot be, it's not a point of order, casting aspersions without proof that is substantive. We can't rule on that, so that is out of order. Honorable Reddy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mani is correct. Because we are making a farce. We're making a farce of these questions. What is going on here is that the ANC is asking themselves questions, and it is evident that they are preparing the answers
You must learn
so they
and
can get
understand
more
Parliament.
talk time and come here and bluff the people of South Africa. We
Honorable
are making a
Reddy.
farce of this question session.
Honorable
Madam Deputy
Reddy,
Speaker.
I think in the Chief Whip's Forum, there is a matter that has been addressed of ministers, how they respond to questions and so forth. And that matter has been deferred to the Rules Committee. So up until the Rules Committee come back and have a term of reference and their format of saying how ministers must respond, we cannot then say that a minister cannot raise a paper or read from a paper that she has prepared. So that matter is with the Rules Committee, and the Chief Whip of the MK knows about that because it is a matter that was discussed today. So please, honorable members, honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I think I rise on a point of order. One, that casts suspicions on members of the executive. But secondly, I think there's a need for us to be tolerant to each other. If I write and use, we operate differently. Now, secondly, we've been tolerating members who, in terms of the rules, are not supposed to ask 2 or 3 questions. We've not stopped, but we've responded. There are members of the opposition who stand and ask a different question from the primary question. We've answered. So I think as part of just ensuring that there's oversight, there must be some level of tolerance, but also accommodative. If I write notes down, people can't say I came with responses. And we operate differently. So I do want to say, while we are working together, let's try and not cast aspersion and almost give an impression that members of the executive, especially from the ANC, don't know what they are doing. It's absolutely not correct and not right.
As I have ruled before, that this matter will be taken care in the Rules Committee, and we will deal with this matter once the Rules Committee has set and resolved on it. We are moving on to the second supplementary question, which was asked by Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable Minister, considering that placing NSFAS under administration for the first time and the second time this time around has not yielded result, and the challenges are still rife. We receive a lot of calls from progressive student movements in institutions of higher learning and in TVET colleges. Wouldn't the minister consider our recommendation as MK to cut the middleman and pay institutions of higher learning directly, as these problems of NSFAS are rife and they keep on continuing, and instead of decreasing, they are increasing? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable House Chairperson. Maybe one needs to indicate that there were challenges with the management, governance, as well as administration of NSFAS. That's why my predecessor, Minister Blades Monday, took a decision then to dissolve the board and to also appoint the administrator to oversee the operations of NSFAS. What we want to assure the House is that the Western Cape High Court did rule against the decision of the department to say we want to cut off the middlemen, as we have just suggested. However, the case, the High Court ruled against the department. So what we've done, we've written to the Minister of Justice, Minister Thembinkathi Mengi, to facilitate the process of allocating a presiding officer from the special tribunal to oversee the processes. Hence, we want to appeal the decision that has been taken by the Western Cape High Court. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Qilishe.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, since the dissolvement of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme Board in April by your predecessor, it has been over 6 months, and the scheme, a multi-billion rand entity, has been operating without a functioning board or CEO. Given the critical role of NSFAS, given the critical role that NSFAS plays in supporting higher education, when do you plan to appoint the new board and the CEO to restore the effective leadership to ensure a smooth operation of the scheme?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tanisha. It's true that the board was dissolved and we are operating without the CEO currently, but we are hoping that hence we have called for nominations through the Gazette that was issued around August this year, and the due date, or it was closed then around September of this year. We're hoping that by the end of November, we're going to be a board which is going to oversee the governance issues of the entity. And we have upped the standards in terms of requirements. The minimum requirement was NQF level 8. We're hoping that the process is going to be finalized as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Zondo.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, I feel very sorry for you. I think I've said this several times now, because these problems, as you are saying that you are hoping, as a head of this department, I think you're supposed not to say you are hoping to South Africans, because hoping means it might have that there is no hope. My question is, NSFAS used to pay allowances on end of February. Then that leaves students with the burden of registration and the late approval of their applications. What is the plan of you as the minister in your department? Because there is no one in NSFAS that we can ask this question to. So can you give us hope that next year we won't see AMA dropout and people not attending because they don't have registration? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Zondo. I think we need to understand the process. In September this year, we opened for applications of NSFAS for students to apply from grade 9 to grade 12. The process is going to be closed on the 15th of December this year. It's a process. People first must apply, and those who meet the requirements must be accepted by the system. Then after that, we have to wait for matric results to be released, because we cannot take decisions without getting all the data that is going to assist us in actually implementing this act of the National Skills, NSFAS, yes, NSFAS Act, yes. We have to receive results. We need to get an indication from the universities that they've finalized their decisions as far as registration and acceptance of students is concerned. Then that's when we can actually make funding decisions to each and every student. There is no way we can finalize funding decisions without getting that information. That's why we've started an engagement with the Minister of Basic Education to say, as we move forward, we need to see how best can we then make sure that we release results at least by the end of the year, so that at least by January, universities as well as NSFAS can make funding decisions. So we are dependent to other stakeholders for us to take those decisions. There is no way we can short-circuit the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 491 has been asked by the Honorable Mishwa to the Minister of Social Development. The question is asking about whether there are any foreign nationals on the South African Social Security Agency database. The Honorable Minister.
Anibonge sihlalo wendlu, bonge nakwinceku yenkosi ngombuzo. Sihlalo social grant database indicates that there are 15,569 refugees and 46,238 permanent residents receiving social grants in South Africa. With regards to the database of COVID-19 SRD, there are 5,692 refugees and 54,883 permanent residents, 14,663 asylum seekers and special permit holders are in receipt of COVID-19 SRD grant. Honorable members, Honorable Chair, let me assure you that we are just not doing this because we like to do it. We are forced by Section 5 of the Social Assistance Act that read with Chapter 1 of the Social Assistance Regulation and Section 218 of the COVID-19 SRD. This regulation made provision of social assistance to be provided to these categories of foreign nationals. Honorable Chair, it's the Department of Home Affairs that is the custodian, protector, and verifier of the identity and status of citizens and other persons residing in South Africa, and our responsibility for administering admissions into the country, determining the resident status of foreigners and issuing permits. As SASA, we only accept applications for foreigners with valid documentation as issued by the Department of Home Affairs. Honorable Chair, given that SRD grant is open to South African citizens, permanent residents, refugees, and asylum seekers registered with SASA, what measures might be put in place? We want to assure that the Social Security Agency is committed in ensuring that social relief of distress, that is SRD grant, reaches all eligible individuals, including South African citizens, permanent residents, refugees, and asylum seekers who may qualify. To achieve this, we are guided with the fact that, as I said earlier on, they are properly documented. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I have been informed that the first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Swart on Rule 137, Section 10.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, thank you, Honourable Minister. And the ACDP appreciates your response, which confirms that only South African citizens and permanent residents qualify for grants. However, refugees and asylum seekers also can apply, as you correctly indicated. Now, that there is a massive challenge, Honourable Minister, which lies with Home Affairs, which I'm sure you are aware. And in a recent High Court judgment, the judge indicated the problem with unlawfully obtained South African identity documents and stating that South Africa faces many migration challenges and that non-South African citizens enter the country unlawfully and often employ various means to obtain identity documents under false pretenses. This abusive process allows for illegal foreigners to access benefits reserved for South African citizens and permanent residents. Now, given that judgment, and that judgment indicates there are almost hundreds of thousands of identity documents that have been blocked. This is obviously a challenge also to SASA, which relies on the National Population Register. But my question, Honourable Minister, is when there is an identity document that has been flagged or blocked, by Home Affairs and there's an application for a relief of distress grant, will that blocking be considered? And also conversely, that blocking must also prevent a person that should obtain the grant from obtaining that. So is this a challenge that SASSA is also experiencing? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Chair, yes indeed, I concur with the Honourable Member on the fact that that is in fact the headache of SASSA and DST on a daily basis. However, we rely on the systems that are put in place by Home Affairs, but when there are questionable identities, as it is the case as we speak, the system is able to hold on to make sure that those identity documents are being properly investigated. A point in case as we speak is the matter that is still being under investigation of the Stellenbosch boys who brought up into our attention those problems that they've identified when they were just doing their own and discovered that there are some weaknesses within the systems. We are still dealing with that to an extent we are embarking on serious investigations, which the Portfolio Committee will receive its report by the 27th of this month, and we hope we are going to take a bigger scale of investigation so that we can get into the bottom of this problem. Because indeed, Honourable Chairperson and Member, it is a problem because to an extent it is up on the monies that we don't really have, the budget that is constrained because of all the problems that not coming from us directly, but the problems of Home Affairs, which we cannot disassociate ourselves with. We are now dealing with the matter, and we hope that report is going to take us through on what then needs to be done with changing this thing around. I thank you.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honourable Hlongo.
Thank you very much. Minister, given that the SRD grant is open to South African citizens, permanent residents, refugees, and asylum seekers registered with SASSA, what measures is the Department of Social Development taking to ensure that this support is effectively reaching all eligible individuals, particularly vulnerable asylum seekers and refugees, while preventing fraud and grant being dispersed to illegible beneficiaries? Thanks.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Hlongo, for the question. Indeed, it is a fact that the question that you are asking is a problem. However, we have embarked with different campaigns with SASSA to make sure that we do embark on the campaign when we make sure that our people understand which is the correct beneficiary on all our grants, especially the SRD. But there are processes that can identify when there's that problem or leakages, when in at least the SRD is able to quickly, unlike all other grants, is able to identify those and come up with a process where it can be easily stopped. We are embarking on intensification of really a campaign to make our people to be aware of this, because majority of time it's eligible people who don't get the necessary grant, but the chance takers do benefit. So we are making sure that we talk to our people. Yes, it's not as extensive as it's supposed to be, but we are building up into what we have to make sure that, Honourable Member, our people are aware and we are dealing with this matter, which is a problem to all of us. I thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honourable Abraham.
Thank you, House Chair. When South Africans are forced to compete for government resources, such as social grants, because of dysfunctional systems, fraud, mismanagement, and corruption, which obstruct and deprive them access, this is when the less than 0.4% of social grant beneficiaries who are foreign nationals become scapegoats. The Democratic Alliance has called for an SIU investigation into this dysfunction, fraud, and corruption at SASSA, so that more qualifying South Africans and qualifying foreign nationals can have access to social grants. Minister, why have you not done the same? an SIU investigation will provide the transparency that the public and the honourable members are seeking here today. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair and the Honourable members. Honourable Chair, as I've alluded to the fact that there's now a new investigation that we have embarked on, which I don't really want to preempt it here. All I want is for all of us, including Honourable Abrahams, who's part of the Portfolio Committee, to await for that eventuality so that we speak something that has been truly investigated by the relevant structures, so that when you pick up anything that needs our follow-up, we can do that. Yes, we will not ignore all other state entities that can assist us in making sure that these matters are being investigated. However, I cannot preempt that process because that decision can be taken only when we got the report. Because as we speak now, the report is to be presented to the Portfolio Committee on the 27th of this month. Therefore, we'll take it from there to say what else needs to be done, because for now, this is just a preliminary kind of investigation. Of course, it does show us that, looking forward, a lot needs to be investigated. However, there is no need for us to preempt what is still to come to our attention as the ministry. I thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honourable Nontenja.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In light of the department's strategic investment in data analytics and its collaboration with key institutions such as NFIC, the NPA, and SIU, could the Minister provide a detailed update on how these efforts have contributed to the detection and prevention of fraud, particularly in cases involving illegal foreign nationals, such as those from Lesotho and Eswatini, who have been allegedly found to fraudulently access SASSA grants unduly? Additionally, could the Minister clarify the extent of financial losses resulting from these fraudulent claims made by illegal immigrants accessing SASSA grants already in this financial year? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Although it's a new question altogether, however, I can safely say, Honourable Chair, there are ongoing matters that we are dealing with. Some are with the police as we speak, in a situation where we have discovered undoubtedly that there is corruption that is taking place. However, for now, I can provide that information later on how much is that, what are the spending patterns insofar as that fruitless expenditure is concerned. From where I'm seated, Chair, I'm unable to do that. My apology, I can submit it to your table by tomorrow. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the question session. The time allocated for question has expired. Outstanding replies received will be printed in Hansard. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on 2024 revised and proposed fiscal framework.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Order, Chair. Order, Chair.
Honourable Manye.
There is no majority party in the House. We have the largest party. Please. We've changed the rules. It's all agreed.
Hey, today you
Please.
stand up with corrections.
I will now recognize the Chief Whip of the largest party.
The Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Did not press, sorry. I have the speakers list in front of me. I will now recognize Honorable Maswanganyi.
Nakhetsa mtshamaxitulu va holobye swirho swa ku endla milawu swa huvo ndzi khensa na nkarhi lowu mi nga nyika wona wa ku andlala xiviko xa komiti. On 30th October 2024, Minister of Finance Honorable Godongwana presented the 2024 MTBBS to Parliament in accordance with the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act 9 of 2009. The Minister briefed the Joint Finance Committees on 1st November 2024. Post-MTBBS tabling, insights were provided by the PBO and the FFC on 5th November 2024. Committee Chairperson, the committee conducted public hearings that took place on the 6th of November 2024, where the joint committees received written and oral submissions from stakeholders. Public participation is the cornerstone of participatory democracy. As Parliament, we pursue public participation not to comply with the law, but to promote good governance. Subsequent to public hearings, National Treasury and SARS responded to issues raised in these hearings on 8 November 2024. Global Outlook. We present this report at a time where the world economy is projected to expand by 3.2% this year and by 3.3% in 2025. Across sub-Saharan Africa, economic activity is expected to expand by 3.7% this year, largely on account of stronger growth in Nigeria, which will grow at 3.1%, while South Africa, at 1.1% growth this year, continues to drag the region's average lower. Geopolitical threats to supply chains and trade remain an ongoing concern. Geopolitical fragmentation will likely continue to weigh on global trade. Political developments in the Middle East, Russia-Ukraine conflict, Sudan present risks to global growth and inflation. Back home, we welcome the South African Reserve Bank's decision to lower the repo rate by 25 basis points at the September 2024 meeting. This modest relief, with the hope of more to come, lifted consumer spirits and infrastructure-related stocks. South Africans are heading into the festive season with a little more cash in their pockets. Even after the cut, South Africa's real interest rate is at the highest level in 18 years, which means that the bank really should consider lowering borrowing costs further. Reduced power cuts, improved sentiment, and quicker inflation relief are expected to boost activity going forward. Medium to longer term growth is dependent on resolving the supply constraints and reducing barriers to economic activity. We welcome the Stats SA's Q3 Labour Force Survey 2024, which shows that unemployment has decreased by 1.4 percentage point to 32.1%. This report demonstrates that significant strides in job creation and economic stabilization, which are a testament to the ANC-led government's ongoing economic transformation initiatives. Chairperson, debt service costs remain a significant concern, consuming 21.6% of revenue and totaling 388.9 billion rand. The committee emphasizes that while measures like the GFECRA reduce borrowing needs, fiscal sustainability remains uncertain. Debt service costs are the second largest expenditure item, constrain funding for essential services. The committee recommends that government should ensure that debt is placed on a sustainable path and debt service costs are brought under control. Chairperson, stakeholders have voiced opposition to austerity measures, highlighting that spending cuts negatively impact social services and deepen inequality. The stakeholders call for alternative fiscal strategies, including targeted investments in higher impact sectors. Fiscal consolidation must carefully balance debt stabilization with the need for poverty alleviation, employment creation, and social service provision. Revenue collection. SARS reported approximately 7.6 million taxpayers filed returns in 2024 with significant efficiency gains. The tax gap remains a challenge. To bridge this gap, the committee recommends further resource allocation to SARS, including enhancing digital capacity and retaining critical skills. To address revenue shortfalls projected at 22.3 billion rand, the committee recommends exploring progressive tax options, including taxes on luxury items and wealth taxes. Stakeholders suggest that this approach could reduce fiscal strain without overburdening low-income households. Chairperson, the committee notes the progress of Operation Vulindlela reforms, particularly in the energy and logistics sectors. While recognizing the potential of these reforms to drive economic growth, the committee advises that greater innovation and clearer timelines are essential to ensure tangible improvement in critical services such as water, sanitation, and infrastructure. MTDP. The absence of a finalized 2024-2029 MTDP creates a challenge. The introduction of a proper reporting system for the 2024-29 MTDP will be essential for Parliament to exercise effective oversight of the implementation of the budget framework. Without this framework, it is difficult to assess whether the budget is aligned with the government's priorities. SOEs. Chairperson, the committee acknowledges the critical insights shared by stakeholders regarding the current challenges and potential role of SOEs in driving economic development and social progress in South Africa. It knows that SOEs face significant governance and operational inefficiencies that have led to repeated financial losses and dependency on government bailouts. The committee agrees with stakeholders' concerns that any restructuring or reform of SOEs should preserve their developmental mandate, focusing on inclusive economic growth, industrialization, and job creation. Local government. Local government is at the forefront of delivering essential services and driving local economic development. However, many municipalities are facing serious challenges of lack of revenue, poor governance, and debt. As the committee, we recommend the strengthening of the collection enforcement and revenue management practices at the municipal level to mitigate fiscal leakage and enhance financial resilience. Retirement program. The committee notes the government's planned reactivation of early retirement packages without penalties, targeting 30,000 public sector employees over the next 2 fiscal years, supported by an additional 11 billion rand. While aiming to rejuvenate the workforce, the committee highlights that succession planning is crucial to prevent skill shortages and service gap. The committee support calls for government to engage with organized labor to see to it that there is a smooth implementation of early retirement program. The challenges highlighted in the 2024 MTBBS underscore the importance of strong, clear, long-term planning and targeted financial support to achieve South Africa's development goals. Parliament will continue to play core challenges. Parliament will continue to make sure that it monitors that government should address the core challenges of unemployment, poverty, inequality, and inclusive economic growth as envisaged in the NDP. Chairperson, I move for the adoption of the report.
Thank you. I will now recognize Honorable Van Rooyen.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Chairperson, MK Party is grateful for the opportunity accorded to make a submission to this debate. The MK Party considers the current macroeconomic and fiscal policy framework in South Africa from a clear and unambiguous decolonial perspective, foregrounding both the failures and potential successes within an understanding of the colonial power matrix and its impact on South Africans. The current developmental failures that have accrued over the last 30 years are not simply a product of fiscal and macroeconomic policy inefficiencies and gaps, nor mere technical challenges in the execution and implementation of an otherwise politically neutral development agenda. These failures represent a fundamental and foundational structural problem of an economy designed on a colonial and apartheid logical template, and consequently incapable of resolving the developmental problems facing many people in South Africa today. These development problems emanate from a fundamentally loop-sided and skewed development paradigm whose very architectural aspects is embedded in a colonial power matrix. As an institution guided by the principles of participatory democracy, it is crucial for this House to know that most of the stakeholders, as correctly alluded to by the committee chairperson, indicated to the hearings that this revised and proposed fiscal framework inter alia brought the following committee to its attention. Austerity measures, which have been implemented for the past 30 years in the form of fiscal consolidation, have adversely affected all prospects of bolstering employment, reduction of inequality, and eradication of poverty. They are now aware that fiscal consolidation has dismally failed to create jobs, leading to one of the highest unemployment rates in the world. As we speak, Honorable Chairperson, 8 million South Africans are unemployed, including unemployed graduates. Our people are now aware that despite their country being one of the richest, endowed with a plethora of mineral resources, neoliberal policies like fiscal consolidation have caused our country to be the most unequal society in the world, with Gini index standing at 0.67. The masses of our people are now enlightened on the role of fiscal consolidation as the primary cause of their poverty, which is one of the very highest in the world. This is despite, Honorable Chairperson, our country paying debt, the country of plenty by multinational companies who continue to mine mineral resources and take them raw to their countries for processing and value adding at the expense of local beneficiation and economic growth. Our people's call is loud and clear, Chairperson. Neoliberal and austerity policies must fall. As MK Party, we are in full agreement with the masses of our people. Hence, in the people's mandate, we are unambiguous on our call to do away with neoliberal fiscal and monetary policies. MK Party is extremely concerned that when celebrating 100 days of existence, the DA-led coalition failed to tell South Africans and the world that in their 100 days of existence, they have failed to table a plan to Parliament on how they intend using the country's finances. According to the chronology of this country's budget process, this is an important stage meant to enhance accountability and MPs' oversight work. Honorable Chairperson, it's crucial for this August House to note that as we debate this matter, no medium-term development plan was tabled in this Parliament. This is a clear indication of a government that undermines Parliament rules and procedures. The absence of this plan denies us as MPs an opportunity to know what informed priorities and targets of this revised and proposed fiscal framework, making it more impossible to hold the executive accountable to their undertaking. This House must take a firm position on this matter and condemn the DA-led coalition government for disrespect and not taking Parliament serious. Disappointingly and unsurprisingly, the DA-led coalition seeks to cut the military veterans' benefits by 63 million. This is after underspending incurred during the previous financial years. All this happened despite military veterans' kids' school fees were not paid and their dependents not having access to health care services. Honorable Chairperson, taking our guidance from the people's mandate, we support the committee recommendation calling on the Reserve Bank to consider rate adjustment with broader growth objectives, balancing inflation control with growth supports. This is a step in the right direction for full realization of MK Party call for broadening the mandate of the Reserve Bank beyond inflation targeting and its ultimately nationalization of the Reserve Bank. Consideration of wealth tax and more tax on multinational companies will also go a long way, Honorable Chairperson, in reducing tax burden on the poor. And we must emphasize, Chairperson, that in the absence of a clear plan on which these priorities and targets cited in this fiscal framework hinges, in the absence of the medium-term development plan, it is clear that National Treasury of the DA-led coalition government is using the old order development framework approved by its apartheid-created monopoly businesses to sustain their rent-seeking trades by maximizing their profits at the expense of the country's development agenda. We can't use the apartheid-created system to resolve problems caused by it. We need to rock the boat and tamper with the structure of the economy in a more radical way. Because of this lackluster and baseless revised proposed fiscal framework, we can confirm the authenticity of tax revenue collection, debt service cost, unemployment reduction, poverty reduction, and inequality reduction targets cited in this revised and proposed fiscal framework. As MK Party is not in support of this uninspiring proposed fiscal framework. It is too narrow, it is too shallow to address the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality bedeviling our country. That's hence we are saying, as MK Party, we are not going to support this framework because it's not going to take our country anywhere.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Alexander.
Honourable Chair, we are presented with a great opportunity in the 7th Parliament. In their mandate to us, South Africans wanted political parties to work together for their best interest. It should not be the case in our country where one's circumstances determine your destiny. Our democracy was envisioned for greater things. It should not matter what you look like, where you come from, or the level of your education for you to have opportunities to succeed. When this Parliament rises, we will be judged on whether we left South Africans with more or less opportunities than before. An opportunity-centred society is by no means a fantasy. It is entirely achievable with our collective wills. We can kickstart our economy by creating millions of jobs. We can live in a country with a dependable electricity grid. Our ports and rails can be modernised to facilitate efficient transportation of goods, reducing delays and making our export market competitive in the global market. I rise today to address the House on the 2024 revised fiscal framework and revenue policies. As a member party of the GNU, I approach this framework with both optimism and vigilance. Optimism for the bold reforms it proposes and vigilance to ensure their proper implementation. Today marks a pivotal moment in our nation's fiscal journey. These policies before us, from infrastructure reforms to debt stabilisation measures, reflect a growing consensus around DA principles that have been championed for over a decade. When we called for infrastructure investment reforms years ago, it wasn't for political gain. It was because we saw that private sector partnerships could build better schools, hospitals and roads for all South Africans. When we advocated for debt control measure, it wasn't to score points. It was because we understood that every rand spent on debt servicing is a rand taken away from a child's education. This convergence of policy thinking demonstrates that we can achieve great things if we put our people first. As part of the GNU, we welcome these shifts as a win for every South African who waited long for these effective service delivery and economic growth. The framework before us marks a decisive turn from consumption-based spending towards investment-focused expenditure. This is not merely an accounting adjustment. It represents a fundamental reorientation of our nation's priorities. For too long, we have allowed current expenditure to crowd out critical investment for our future. This change will help create jobs and opportunities that our people desperately need. However, we must be realistic and pragmatic about the challenges we face. Since 2009, our national debt has escalated from 27% to nearly 75% of GDP. In practical terms, this means that for every 100 rand of revenue, we are now spending 20 rand towards debt servicing, money that should be funding teachers, police officers, and essential frontline services. It is therefore encouraging to see a framework that incorporates a long-term debt stability plan, a commitment to reducing the debt-to-GDP ratio to 70% by 2031 through a legally mandated fiscal anchor. This is a victory for fiscal responsibility. Here is a scenario that every South African family will understand. Making the tough choices on where the money goes. Does it go towards new school shoes, expensive medicine, or repairing a leaky roof? These are real choices families face every day, and these hard decisions are often taken around the family kitchen table. A full spending review proposed in this framework is not just another bureaucratic exercise. It is our nation's kitchen table exercise. But unlike the South African family who carefully scrutinizes every rand, our current approach to national spending lacks the same vigorous examination. Let me be crystal clear around education. We are failing our children, not because schools are mismanaging funding, because we're simply not allocating enough money to meet our country's educational needs. In real terms, our per-pupil spending has declined over the past decade. While we debate in this chamber, schools in the rural Eastern Cape still lack basic sanitation. And in our classrooms in Gauteng, designed for 30 learners, we are now cramming in 60 or more. The mathematics is simple but painful. A According to the educational experts, the department needs billions more annually to be able to provide basic education. And this can only be funded through a comprehensive spending review. In healthcare, the situation is equally dire. Our hospitals are understaffed, our clinics are under-equipped. We have dedicated healthcare professionals doing the job of 3 people because we cannot fund adequate positions. This is simply not sustainable. The proposed spending review must address the elephant in the room: wage spending management. Yes, we must manage the public wage bill, but not at the expense of our vital frontline services. We can't afford to lose teachers, nurses, or doctors. When we're talking about spending management, we must target the bloated administration structures, not the educators teaching our children or the nurses caring for our sick. The review must ask, why do government contracts spend more money than is necessary to do the job? Why do we maintain multiple government buildings in expensive locations when consolidations could save millions? Why do we have departments with overlapping mandates and duplicate administration costs? By examining every program, every department, every line item and asking, does this serve our people? By reducing non-essential expenditure, including blue light brigades, cabinet perks and fancy international trips, we can build more schools, hire more teachers, hire more nurses and doctors, and ensure universal health care, and put more boots on the ground to make us safe. This framework before us acknowledges the need to review, but it stops short of the radical reprioritization that we desperately need. We cannot continue with incremental adjustments when our education and health care systems require fundamental restructuring. I must commend the fresh stance taken on state-owned enterprises. The decision to end the cycle of bailouts on failing SOEs is long overdue. The ending of e-tolls also represents a change in road funding. It demonstrates that persistent advocacy for fair policy can be achieved. For over a decade, the DA has stood with millions of Gauteng residents who argued that double taxing citizens for roads that have already been taxed for on fuel levies was fundamentally unfair. While we welcome these reforms, their success lies in their implementation. As a member of this Parliament, we have a duty to ensure that the policies move from paper to practice. In conclusion, Honourable Chair, this represents a significant step towards fiscal discipline and economic reforms that this country needs. As a member of the GNU, we continue to play the dual role, supporting progressive reforms while pushing for concrete timelines, clear accountability measures, and transparent reporting on progress. The people in South Africa deserve nothing less than the unwavering dedication of turning these promises into reality. And Honourable Chair, we eagerly await the Minister of Finance's announcement around the extended list of zero VAT-rated food items early next year. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Mahotwe.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief, Julius Malema, leadership, and the over 1 million members of the EFF. The EFF rejects the DA neoliberal-sponsored medium-term budget policy statement presented by the Minister of Finance and possibly crafted at Stellenbosch. Clearly, the ANC hasn't learned anything from its declining electorate support in the 2024 national elections. Chair, South Africa is currently suffering under an economic agenda driven by neoliberalism and austerity, which prioritizes private profit over public good. For 3 decades, the National Treasury has championed policies that serve the interests of the private sector, entrenching racial inequality and perpetuating high levels of unemployment, especially amongst the young people. We're speaking today here, but more than 12 million people are unemployed, with the youth unemployment rate reaching 70.6%. A clear demonstration that this budget has failed to address the urgent need for job creation, particularly for the youth who face a miserable future under these policies. The budget's reliance on the private sector for essential services and infrastructure is a strategy doomed to fail. The private sector has proven time and again that it lacks commitment to South Africa's development, as shown by the failure by the COVID-19 loan guarantee scheme, where only 18.2 billion of the targeted 200 billion was utilized. A clear sign that the priority for private business is profit and not social responsibility. By placing the future of South Africa's infrastructure in private hands, this government is essentially surrendering our nation's future to corporations whose sole concern is profit. House Chair, the so-called Operation Vulindlela, which aims to integrate the private sector into critical state functions, is a flawed and unimaginative reform strategy. The National Treasury's target of creating 1 million jobs over 10 years is woefully insufficient when over 12 million South Africans are unemployed today. This policy lacks the vision and ambition required to transform South Africa's economic landscape. Instead, it positions the country on a trajectory that will only deepen existing inequalities. House Chair, South Africa's development demands more than the low expectations set by Operation Vulindlela. It requires a complete overhaul of economic priorities, focusing on state-driven job creation and industrialization. House Chair, this is what needs to happen. The state must reassert control over key sectors, including logistics, telecommunications, and finance. Privatization in these areas has undermined state capacity and allowed private entities to profit at the expense of the public. The state should lead, invest, and build in these sectors, thereby creating jobs and ensuring that essential services are accessible to all South Africans, not just those who can afford. Financial inclusivity cannot be achieved without a state bank that prioritizes the needs of the people over profit. A state bank would offer affordable loans and support small businesses, addressing the exclusionary practices of commercial banks. Furthermore, a sovereign wealth fund would safeguard South Africa's economic future, creating reserves that can be deployed in times of crisis and reducing dependence on foreign capital, which often comes with exploitative conditions. For the youth, House Chair, the state must implement large-scale public works programs that provide training, skills development, and immediate employment opportunities for young people. These programs should focus on infrastructure, renewable energy, and community development sectors that will build a sustainable future for South Africa while equipping young people with essential skills. Privatization of state-owned entities must be halted. The budget cuts and austerity measures have starved these entities, pushing them towards failure and opening doors for private takeovers. Instead of allowing privatization under the guise of efficiency or market-based solutions, the state should invest in improving these entities, ensuring they serve the people's interests rather than the corporate profits. The budget statement has failed to address the financial needs of local governments, leaving municipalities with inadequate resources and pushing them towards privatized service delivery. The state must support municipalities with adequate funding and capacity building programs, empowering them to provide essential services directly to communities. This policy statement represents a continuation of policies that have not only failed, but have actively contributed to poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The neoliberal alliance between the DA and the ANC has only served to empower a small elite while leaving millions in despair. The EFF will not support policies that entrench racialized poverty, undermine state capacity, and rob South Africans of their future. Let us be clear. The EFF is committed to a South Africa where economic policy is driven by the needs of the people, not the profits of the few. We reject the so-called reforms of Operation Vulindlela, which seeks to transform the public assets into profit-generating opportunities for corporations while leaving the people in poverty. The time for change is now. We need a new economic path that is people-centered and bold enough to break free the shackles of neoliberalism and austerity. South Africa deserves an economy that works for all, a government that prioritizes its citizens, and a future that belongs to the people. House Chair, we reject the Operation Vulindlela for as long as it opens door to privatization of Transnet, of Eskom, of water and sanitation. Let's build state capacity that will see Transnet being a logistics company that is counted among the best in the world. Let's build state capacity that will see Eskom switching on the lights here in South Africa, Africa at large, giving a little hope to our hopeless masses. Let us work together to reclaim our economy, restore the dignity of the marginalized, and build a nation where every South African has a fair chance at prosperity. Thank you.
Next speaker is the Honorable Sitole.
Honorable House Chairperson, the IFP support a sustainable fiscal approach and we value transparency, accountability and efficient service delivery as pillars of South African economic progress. We appreciate the progress toward the primary private budget surplus achieved for the first time in 15 years, which is essentially for reducing national debt. While we recognize this surplus as a positive outcome, we urge careful allocation of funds, prioritizing essential services and support for underdeserved communities. Debt reduction should be accelerated so more public funds can be support directly services to South Africans rather than debt servicing. Transparency, debt management, and fiscal producers must remain central to those effects. We agree that the public service wage must be sustainable and appreciate that the government is prioritizing effort to contain this cost. However, we advocate that any wages restructuring should not compromise accountability and transparency, as this fund originated from taxpayers. The government must ensure value for money in all aspects of public spending. Honourable House Chair, with the recent increase in climate-related disasters, we commend the 2.1 billion allocated for disaster relief, such as a proactive approach is essential for mitigation the devastating effort to communities and infrastructure. We encourage similarly effort across all regions vulnerable for those risks. We also commend ongoing investment in infrastructure, particularly in water and rain, recognizing the vital role this plays in economic stability and community well-being. We welcome the increase in revenue allocation to local government, which are fundamental to service delivery and community development. This shift aligned with all believe that locally government must have sufficient resources to meet their obligation effectively. Furthermore, we support the ESCOM municipal debt relief, which already benefited Romania's municipalities, and hope for continuous intervention to support the municipality financial health. We endorse the achievement of Operation Vulindlela, particularly the progress in renewable energy. This diversification of energy sources is necessary both economic growth and sustainability. Additionally, the IFP applaud the governmental move to streamline regulation around particular private partnership, creating a more accessible framework for private investment, which the IFP has long supported. The IFP reviewed that a revised fiscal framework as a positive step towards sustainable development and economic inclusivity. We look forward to further cooperate with the government to ensure that resources are allocated effectively and equitable, contributing to the prosperous future for all South Africans. The IFP remains committed to supporting initiatives that promote economic growth, infrastructure development, investment, and local empowerment, and ethical government. The IFP support the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Souls.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Ngoinke ahuniki. The Standing Committee of Finance is tasked with reviewing the proposed fiscal framework for the budget year in question, a critical element that shapes our nation's economic landscape. This report aims to provide a comprehensive analysis of the proposed budget, focusing on its political implications, potential impacts on key stakeholders, and the broader socio-economic consequences. The Honourable Minister emphasized the government's commitment to social spending, noting that 60% of non-interest expenditure is allocated to the social wage. We know that this will resonate with a large part of the constituency that we represent, particularly in light of recent public sentiments favoring enhanced social services. We do consider with concern that debt is expected to peak at 75.5% of our GDP by 2025-2026, and the debt service costs projected to reach 388.9 billion this fiscal year, accounting for 21.7% of government revenue by 2025-2026. But I shall leave it to the opposition to constructively criticize the anticipated debt levels, but based on their claim of being progressive, I hope they will also suggest alternative revenue generation methods. We wish the Minister well in balancing short-term fiscal relief measures against long-term growth strategies aimed at reducing the national debt and investing in sustainable industries. And we are confident that he shall achieve the medium-term priority of primary budget surplus that aims to narrow the budget deficit from 5% of GDP in 2024-2025 to 3.2% by 2027-2028. Honorable Chair, the Patriotic Alliance supports this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Wessels.
Honourable House Chairperson, the committee is quite correct that we have a government debt crisis. But a government debt crisis is caused by a budget deficit, which means that we are spending more money than we are getting in other words, than our tax revenue. On the one hand, spending cuts are undesirable, as the need for spending on infrastructure, basic service delivery, education, healthcare, and so forth are ever increasing. On the other hand, increasing revenue entails either increasing the tax rate, in other words, taxing the already overburdened taxpayer even more, or increasing the number of taxpayers by stimulating economic growth and thus creating jobs, which will at the end create more tax revenue. It's very easy to say that get government debt under control, stimulate economic growth, cut interest rates, cut inflation, all of this whilst having no austerity measures or any spending cuts. At a stage, Honourable Chairperson, during this debate, I was uncertain what made the most noise, the southeaster wind in the tent or the rhetoric by the Honourable Van Rooyen. Because let's listen to what this side of the House says. They say, spend money, don't have any spending cuts, but also don't have any private sector. Thus, don't have any taxpayers. Where do you expect the tax money to come from? Where do you expect the money that needs to be spent to come from? We must start being responsible. We need responsible policies. Rhetoric of calling it monopoly and
Get the money from taxing the mines.
What's happening? I don't know what's there's a
Honourable Wessels, just take your seat for a moment. Was there a hand?
No.
Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Is the member addressing Honourable Van Rooyen or the Minister? Thank you.
Thank you. You must first inquire whether the member is prepared to answer a question, so that it's not an intervention in terms of the rules. Honourable Wessels, please continue.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The Honourable member proves my point, because just as the economic policies of this side, that question or whatever it was proves that there's no logic.
Honourable Wessels.
Honourable Chairperson.
My apologies. Honourable Skosana.
Can the member take the question?
Honourable Wessels, are you prepared to take a question?
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
Because the question is not going to mean anything. What we need is responsible policies, not rhetoric about monopoly capital, about all kinds of words that serve no purpose. Calling basic economic principles neoliberal will serve no purpose.
Honourable Wessels, please take your seat. Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognised?
I wanted to check, Chair. Has Honourable Wessels heard of taxing?
No,
the
Honourable
mining
Member,
sector?
I've already indicated. In terms of the rules, first inquire whether he's prepared to take a question. Honourable Members to my left, don't embark on this. If you persist in trying to interrupt the speaker through unprocedural interventions, it cannot be accepted. I've made my ruling on this. Honourable Marquee, why do you want to be recognised?
Chairperson, you know the rules yourself. You can't refer to us as a group. If you've got certain people that you want to deal with them, but don't group us.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Marquee. All I'm advising is that we can't have constant interruptions which does not comply with the rules. So I'm also pleading with you as the Chief Whip of the party to assist us in this regard. Honourable Wessels, please continue.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Calling basic, well-known economic principles that work and that are logical, neoliberal, won't change anything. At the end of the day, you need income so that you can spend on infrastructure, so that you can improve economic growth. We need the private sector to get the economy going so that jobs are created. Without the private sector, we won't have any job creation. The public wage bill is already bloated. And the Honourable Van Rooyen was in the position of Minister of Finance very short, so he does not have the experience thereof, but he should remember, maybe he read a brief of two, but the fiscal position when he was the weekend special
Thank you,
wasn't
Honourable Wessels.
so
Please just
good.
take your seat for a moment. Honourable Reddy, why do you want to be recognised?
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes.
The Speaker there, the descendant of Van der Berg, he knows that he needs to bring a motion if he wants to cast aspersions negatively on a member in this House.
Thank you, Honourable
And that's
Reddy.
exactly what he just did.
Thank you, Honourable Reddy. That point of order can't be
He needs
sustained.
to
There
bring
was
a
no aspersions cast. Honourable Wessels, please continue.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Let me conclude. Chairperson, we need responsible policies. This fiscal framework is an attempt to get us out of a crisis that we have to admit. We are in an economic crisis. People are suffering. There's unemployment. But for the first time, we have better inflation. And whilst the Honourable Van Rooyen says inflation must be cut, he wants to also cut interest rates. He does not understand the simple fiscal and economic principles. Leë blikke maak die meeste geraas. Kom ons sit skouer aan die wiel en kry hierdie skip weer op die see gedryf. Baie
Thank
dankie.
you. Your time has now expired. The next speaker is the Honourable Beasley. Order, Honourable Members.
Chair, Action SA was looking forward to good news in the 2024 revised fiscal and revenue framework. Good news that would have given hope to South Africans, particularly the more than 10 million people unemployed and the 50% of households living in poverty. Unfortunately, there was very little good news. Revised revenue is down. Revised expenditure is up. Revised budget deficit is up. Revised debt servicing costs are up. Revised debt is up. Most alarming is that forecasted GDP for the year is revised down. At 1.1%, we are well behind other countries. Emerging and developing countries are forecasting growth of 4.2% and sub-Saharan Africa at 3.6%. Chair, with forecasted growth of 1.8% for the next 3 years and a population growth of 1.3%, we will not make a meaningful dent in unemployment, poverty and inequality. Based on these numbers, unemployment and poverty is likely to get worse in the long run. The only way we are going to meaningfully impact on unemployment, poverty, and the current high debt service cost is through robust economic growth. In this regard, the lack of bold initiatives in the revised framework is extremely troubling. Chair, of major concern to Action SA is a continued underfunding of SARS, with SARS collecting over 90% of government funding and with an estimated tax gap of a whopping 800 billion. It is nonsensical that SARS remains underfunded. Over 1 billion was taken out of SARS's budget in 2018, and that has never been made good. This has created a funding shortfall, which has continued to increase. If this funding shortfall is not urgently addressed, the tax gap will continue to increase and place huge pressures on state revenue. Furthermore, illicit and illegal trade will continue unabated. As a country, we cannot afford to leave 800 billion on the table. Speaker, with a huge focus on spending and austerity measures, it is very surprising that no mention was made on the size and the cost of the Cabinet. In the last 20 years, the National Executive has increased from 36 to 76. The Sixth Parliament had an inflated Cabinet of 66, and despite fiscal constraints facing this country, it is bizarre that this has now increased to 75. We have less teachers, but bigger blue light brigade. We have children eating less, but Cabinet is trying more. We have fewer police vehicles, but more VIP vehicles. This can't be right. Lastly, Speaker, it is unacceptable that as a country we are spending large amounts of funds in deploying troops to the DRC. Our Defence Force is imploding. Last year, the Air Force only flew half of their annual target, and the Navy only managed 32% of their targeted sea hours. Surely, there can be better use of our country's limited funding. Speaker, in conclusion, Action SA cannot support a report that endorses the 2024 revised framework because it will not improve the lives of South Africans, particularly the unemployed and those living in poverty. Unemployment is a human tragedy and a great injustice. It cannot be business as usual. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Swart, you now recognized as the next speaker.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has taken note of the report by the Finance Committee, and it highlights the very precarious situation facing the fiscus and the need to balance fiscal consolidation with economic growth. And this to rein in spiraling public debt and debt service costs, which other speakers have referred to, is escalating and spiraling out of control and crowds out much needed expenditure on health, education, fighting crime, stimulating economic growth, and other much-needed budget items. Now, we know that fiscal consolidation has dominated almost every budget over the last decade. But despite real spending cuts across departments, which has negatively impacted service delivery, the goal of debt stabilization is continuously pushed out. And I raised this issue with the Minister during the briefing, and a lot of the concern with the budget is based on the fact that these are estimates, and these estimates are often not achieved, such as the economic growth and revenue estimates. And this results on the debt to GDP ratio being continually rising, now close to 75%, its highest level ever. Gross loan debts, 5.6 trillion rand. Do the members of Parliament understand how long it takes to spend 1 trillion rand? If you spend 1 rand per second, it's 37,000 years. These are the figures that we're talking about. And so, Chair, we need to address these issues, and whilst the Minister has presented a report, we understand the concerns that other speakers have referred to. And I think it's a very important point raised by the Honourable Van Rooyen about the medium-term development plan that is not in place yet. So it does significantly impact the way that we can exercise oversight without having a medium-term development plan. One trusts that that will be facilitated and finalized soon. We also raised the issue with the Commission of Inland Revenue and the need to address the tax gap Do members understand there's 800 billion rand that the receiver of revenue, the commissioner, has yet to collect? And if we were to give substantial additional resources to SARS, even if they collected 10% of that, that would be 80 billion rand. The ACDP has also said those tens of billions of rands that is sitting in overseas bank accounts can be collected if we give law enforcement agencies additional resources. The political will to implement much-needed reform and fiscal reform is there now, and let's ensure that we can implement this medium term and the budget in February for the betterment of all people. Economic growth is a positive sum game that benefits everyone in the country. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Swart. I now recognize the Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, House Chair. In June, I stood here on behalf of the UDM, and I spoke in particular about, I beg your pardon, it was probably in July when we had to pass your budget. And one of the things I asked was, on what do we base this medium-term expenditure framework if the medium-term development plan has not actually been finalized? It means ayo plan yethu lena iplan yenu kuba kaloku asikayiboni the medium development plan. It's true. It's a valid point, and let how we go in the plan, but we as a framework as will spend a mali. On what basis are you going to do that? In 2004, Kwakwi policy ACDP, which mandated government to have poverty and unemployment by 2014. We are sitting in 2024. We have not been able to make a dent on those issues. The binding constraints, and when we spoke about the question of binding constraints on the South African economy via the ASGISA program, we said we're going to deal with the national logistics system and framework. However, because that was not achieved, we had to come up with Operation Vulindlela, but we are not Vuling any Ndlela, unfortunately, and if we are, we're doing it very slowly. One of the issues we have to consider very seriously is this issue of embarking on fiscal consolidation for an extended period of time, where even the primary surplus that we celebrated recently as a country, the expenditure control measures, in our view, did not target the right areas because they come at the expense of social spending. And that's one of the areas we need to improve, because austerity measures that we've undertaken affect, in particular, the poor because of the impact they have on social expenditure. We set targets in the past even on gross capital, fixed capital formation, where we averaged about 15% per annum in 2007 and targeting about 30% of GDP in 2030 on the NDP. We are not on track insofar as that is concerned because the binding constraints on the South African economy have not been dealt with. We want to stress the point about the Reserve Bank. For an example, let me read it so that we understand it, so that we don't think ukwankwa. South Africa's inflation has continued its downward trajectory. It slowed, for example, CPI significantly over the year-to-year. September it was 3.8, and then from August it was actually 4.4, meaning there's scope for the central bank to embark on an expansionary monetary policy. When we say the central bank should not be inflation nutters, that every time they increase the interest rate, they affect the debt service cost of the country as well, money that we could rechannel to other services of the country when it comes to the social spending. Asitative voodoo economics, isencwadini injalo. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kwankwa. I now recognize the Honourable Zibi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Working through the big English in the medium-term budget policy statement, a few conclusions become apparent, but one in particular. We've run out of tricks now. We've run out of financial tricks. We spend too much servicing debt. The tax well is drying up at a time when we need to invest billions more in the economy so that it can grow and produce employment and wealth for all South Africans. Also hidden in plain sight in this medium-term budget policy statement is a paragraph about the risk of climate change, that national infrastructure is being degraded rapidly by extreme weather conditions. Is being degraded by extreme weather conditions. It is uninsured, and the Treasury is yet to understand the financial implications of doing so. That said, it introduces the risk that the backlog on new infrastructure is going to be made worse by ongoing damage to current infrastructure at a time when money is in short supply. We have to make some choices and prioritize. But to do so effectively means we must understand that this is the work of the entire government and not just the treasury. The first thing we must do is to use the money we have efficiently so that every rand goes where it is intended. The second thing we need to do is more robust interventions at municipal level and in the metros. We will make no progress if localities and municipalities, which are the hub of economic activity, are falling apart. Third, we need to invest in fighting violent and organized crime. Nobody invests where such investments may be lost to lawlessness. That is why the police minister needs to come back to this House with a budget vote that shows exactly the seriousness of Cabinet about this issue. Fourth, I hope that Minister Chrissy and the Deputy Minister are discussing this very issue over there, that the transport and logistics infrastructure is falling apart. We need more ambitious targets and more ambitious fundable plans for our transport and logistics infrastructure. 90% of unemployed South Africans either have matric or no matric at all. Minister Nkabane, I saw you here in the House. The train wreck that is SITAs and the NSF is standing in the way of the lives of many young people. We have to fix it if we are to create jobs. Finally, Minister Ramokgopa, Minister of Electricity, your job is to deliver reliable, competitively priced, and clean electricity over the next decade. The first step is to free Eskom's balance sheet from those take-or-pay arrangements with renewable energy providers. Like I said, there are no silver bullets to this. There are no shortcuts. This needs commitment, consistency, and agency. South Africans cannot wait a day longer. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Maimane.
Honourable House Chairperson, Honourable Members, Bagai Tsudumela, I think the question we should all ask ourselves is, this fiscal framework, what will it tell us about South Africa 5 years from now? The truth is, in 2029, South Africans will go express a view about whether the government has delivered or not. And when I look at the current fiscal framework, I welcome its interventions, but note that actually actions speak louder than words. Rands tell me where your priorities are. And ultimately, if we keep doing more of the same, we will achieve the same outcomes we're achieving currently as we speak. These are the outcomes. We've been growing for the last 10 years on average at 1%. Our debt is indeed ballooning. We have limited fiscal capital investment. We are ultimately reducing the social wage spend. And more seriously, we are living in a country where the citizens in our nation, the majority of which are living below the upper poverty line. So we have to act. We can't keep doing more of the same. And I would urge, here's some key interventions. The first is, maybe not related to the question at hand, is the question of education. In truth, if we do not skill our economy, we will kill our economy. Our young people aren't just unemployed, they are unemployable. And in all fairness, fellow South Africans, access to higher education still today reflects racial lines. Only 4% of Africans are qualifying for higher education, while in fact, amongst white South Africans, that number is much higher, and amongst Indian South Africans, 20% more. The truth, in essence, fellow South Africans, is that we've traded funding in education for increase in the cabinet, sending troops to the DRC, and ultimately fighting international cases. These may be important things, but I'm telling us now, if we do not skill our young people, we are killing our economy. And furthermore, South Africans, second priority is we've got to do everything that we can to develop jobs. Because whilst we don't, our people are hungry, they are going to bed at night hungry. And so I want to urge fellow South Africans that if we achieve anything, this framework must be jobs, jobs, jobs. And to do that, let me urge, let's focus on the township economy. Let's make it a special economic zone. Let's, rather than shutting down Spaza shops, etc., make them easier to trade. And I say, Is the last administration committed to making ease of business easier? Let us focus on making sure we can trade easier. Lastly, let's fix our government. More is not better. In fact, in this instance, a bigger cabinet is not going to help us. I want to urge us, let's prioritize our municipalities so that they don't become just agencies that deliver services, but partners for economic growth. Fellow South Africans, my message is simple. If we do not change, this country, 5 years from now, will punish all of us for the collective decisions we took today.
Thank you, Honourable Amai.
Thank you very much.
Is there a speaker representing the ATM? If not, then I recognize the Honourable Kaleka Mazibuku.
House Chair, we must appreciate that as a nation, we have a macroeconomic policy framework that is supported by strong institutions such as the National Treasury and its entities, the South African Reserve Bank, and the deepened financial sector. We have put in place policy instruments that are built on the foundation of trust and hope of building an equitable and prosperous South Africa. The ANC welcomes the medium-term budget policy statement tabled at a time when our country is confronted with high levels of unemployment and inequality. Though the cost of living is beginning to decline, food continues to be expensive for many households. The provision of public services by government in all spheres of government is critical to bring about social and economic transformation. House Chair, why do I start with this statement? Firstly, we must acknowledge that we are a nation that has strengthened its revenue collection capabilities and established high levels of trust between SARS as our revenue collector and taxpayers. All this was achieved through a series of technical and leadership interventions, including the adoption of digitalization and the use of artificial intelligence for tax collection, clients' insights, and most importantly, improving the compliance culture across society. SARS has responded to the recommendations of the Najan Commission and reversed the impact of its weakening. House Chair, despite these revenue shortfalls, the Minister reaffirmed the resilience of tax to GDP ratio projected at 24.5 for 2024-25 and stressed the importance of sustained economic growth to strengthen future tax revenues. SARS is one of our high-performing institutions. We must tell its good story of having the ability to encourage 7.6 million taxpayers to file their returns in 2024 with significant efficiency gains and 28 billion disbursed in refunds. This good story, House Chair, was commended by the Finance Committee. Organized labor in South Africa is a critical voice to listen to. Recently, COSATU pointed to the positive impact of strengthening SARS through competent management, anti-corruption efforts, filing vacancies, and capacity building. They further welcomed the additional 2 billion allocation to SARS to improve tax compliance, though they believe even more resources are needed to enhance revenue collection. To address debt sustainability risk, we need to increase the ability of the economy to generate revenue which meets the public expenditure demands of the country. The economy has a significant service sector, with mining as a significant economic contributor and commodity price movement have a direct and significant bearing on tax income and therefore the ability of the state to undertake redistributive social and economic programs for the effect allocations for social, wage, and economic development. We noted the negative impact of fiscal consolidation on public services and the risk of growing debt. Therefore, there is a need to consider innovative tax proposals and increase public and private investment in productive sectors of the economy to increase revenue rather than to implement a 10-year fiscal consolidation trajectory to achieve a primary surplus, yet we reproduce income and asset inequality. Without a doubt, Fiscal and monetary policy coordination requires fiscal policy measures to improve our debt sustainability, and we believe that monetary policy also has sufficient parameters to enhance debt sustainability measures. The ANC is concerned by the high levels of country risk premiums, which have resulted in a high cost for capital, increase our debt to GDP ratio with no value extracted. As a country, our increased debt servicing costs are also a result of the unjust credit rating system. We support the call by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who is calling for urgent reforms of the global financial systems, highlighting the crippling impact of debt on developing economies and also criticizing the outdated and unjust system that fails to meet their needs. We believe that South Africa should take a bold stance in advancing the call by UN Secretary General, which is in line with the concerns of Africa. We must use the chairpersonship of the G20 to advance interventions, measures to tackle sovereign debt challenges in the continent. Honorable members, during his speech, Minister of Finance Enoch Godongwana presented the 2024 medium-term budget policy statement to Parliament, which painted a picture that resonates with all South Africans. This canvas paints our strategic agenda to redistributive economic growth. We support the 4 pillars of the budget with an emphasis of redistributive economic growth. We welcome the second phase of implementing Operation Vulindlela to improve the productivity of the economy by enhancing the supply side of the economy. We welcome the additional funding for disaster responses and a focus on increasing infrastructure. These measures will contribute to economic growth, House Chair. In conclusion, House Chair, our story is incomplete, our canvas is big, but we have not run out of paint. We began the journey for the creation of a united South Africa. 30 years later, our nation and country are better than before 1994. As we welcome the G20 presidency under the leadership of President Ramaphosa, we look forward to showing the world what it means to fostering solidarity, equality, and sustainable development. This is the theme that will carry us through our presidency to create a better Africa and a better world. Our task is to build a better South Africa together. Let's work together to strengthen the good work of the democratic government by the ANC within the government of national unity. Alone, House Chair, we will not go far, but together we will move mountains. We are on a path of inclusive growth. We shall not fail. Ari tshwaraneni, masibambisane, ndolebuwa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there a speaker representing Al Jamaa in this debate? The NCC, the PAC, the UAT.
UAT reject the report.
Thank you. Good. If not, then I move on to the Honourable Wakeland. Honourable members, I am informed this is a maiden speech.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. As we navigate the complexities of the economic landscape, we must be resolute and clear in our commitment to 3 priorities: on infrastructure development, fiscal discipline, and transformative reforms that will pave the way for a prosperous future for all South Africans. First and foremost, we must recognize that infrastructure development is the backbone of economic growth. It's time to make our country a construction site, investing in the projects that will uplift our communities and stimulate our economy. Infrastructure is not merely about roads and bridges, but it's about freight, logistics, public transport, energy, water supply, and digital connectivity. This adjustment budget and our future budget should be focused on more allocating significant resources to infrastructure projects with a focus on both urban and rural areas. By doing so, we will create jobs and enhance economic productivity. The construction sector has the potential to create over 1 million jobs if adequately supported. We must seize the opportunity and ensure our infrastructure is a priority in our budget framework. On a matter of hard fiscal rule, while we embrace this ambitious infrastructure agenda, we must also confront our national debt. A responsible budget is the one that is grounded, not wishful thinking. South Africa's national debt has soared to a debt repayment that are consuming more than 20% of our current budget. Our current debt levels are unacceptable and unsustainable, and we are not doing enough to reduce this burden. We must adopt a hard fiscal rule that limits our expenditure and prioritize essential services over vanity projects. This commitment to fiscal discipline will ensure that we do not pass this burden of debt to our children and future generations. We need to step up on our extreme debt management strategy. We still don't do enough. We must hold ourselves accountable by setting concrete targets for reducing our debt to GDP ratio, which is currently over 70%. This will require tough choices, which we as the GNU are prepared to take. We stand by our choices that we make here today. We must also address the performance of SOEs. Chairperson, it cannot be that we have spent 250 billion rand since 2008 on bailouts alone, and then we cut back budgets of core service delivery departments to over 496 billion during that same period. The question that you need to ask, what else could we have done with this money? Chairperson, let me tell you, with the bailout money, we could have built more than 2 million houses, growing our middle class to prosper in their own right. We could have employed over 193,000 policemen for 20 years, or 168,000 nurses over 20 years. We need to embrace and have an active plan of action for privatization and strategic partnerships that can unlock the value. Chairperson, this is a time that we need to close down, sell, franchise, and privatize all non-performing SOEs. This must be the end of non-performing SOEs that sucks the life out of this government. Partnerships and privatization is not a dirty word. It is a pathway to innovation and improved performance. When we allow the private sector to take the lead in certain areas, we can harness their expertise and resources to enhance service delivery and stimulate the economic growth. However, I need to warn you, Chair, this PPP model is not a golden ticket again for tenderpreneurs, which has looted and ravaged this government's fiscal for decades. Tenderpreneurs have hyperinflated real cost of goods and services. They have corrupted our system and our people. They added no real value to the economy. Many of them should have been in orange overalls already. We need to regain public trust in how we spend our people's hard-earned money. We have taken too long to finalize the Gupta scandal, finalize the Zondo Commission report, and those that's implicated in the VBS and COVID-19 scandals. It needs to come to an end. Breaching the digital divide. In today's digital age, increasing our network infrastructure is essential. Reliable internet access is no more a luxury, it's a necessity. This will enable our small businesses to thrive, enhance educational opportunities, and foster innovation. This is a crucial step for South Africa to compete in a global economy. On our labour market reforms, we must invest on our most valuable resource, which is our people. We need to invest in skills that's needed for the jobs of tomorrow. With youth unemployment at 45.5%, we have a moral obligation to address this crisis. The DA is clear on implementing vocational training and skills development as a priority. We need to commit more budgets to programs that aligns with what the industry needs and not what the politicians want. Industry knows better. A skilled workforce will result in attracting investment and fostering innovation. Our budget framework should focus on economic growth. We cannot afford to view our budget as merely a social package. It must be a strategic tool to drive change. Chair, an important point is that we cannot continue taxing to death the current taxpayers' pool. We need to grow our taxpayers' base through the economy. We need to capacitate SARS more to collect more from a bigger tax base. Then lastly, Chair, we all share the goal of improving lives. However, the methods must change and evolve. We cannot cling to outdated ideologies that stifles innovation and entrepreneurship. We need policies and action plans that empower individuals and promote economic freedom, rather than those policies that perpetuate continuous dependency on the state.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
We support this report, Chair.
The next speaker is the Honourable Sekohati.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the Executive Council present, the August House. Chair, let me start off by stating that there is no amount of revolutionary sounding slogans that can contribute towards the growth of the economy. And there is no amount of half-baked solutions that can help put this economy on a growth trajectory. And as the African National Congress, in the 2024 National and Provincial Election Manifesto, we have made a commitment to implement a jobs plan which is anchored by an industrial strategy which will bring about structural transformation and increase value addition in the South African economy. It is on this basis that the ANC is committed to advancing a developmental macroeconomic policy framework with effective coordination of industrial policy to address our triple challenges. We further committed to taking measures to lower the cost of living to ensure that people have sufficient disposable income to meet their needs and stretch the rent. We welcome the improved macroeconomic outlook due to the lowering of inflation and interest rates. We further recognize the 1.5 decline in the unemployment rate, reflecting the progress of the economic recovery and reconstruction plan in the 6th administration. This demonstrates that with an increasing gross fixed capital formation and the improvement in the network industries, fiscal policy is a critical instrument to drive transformation and economic growth. It's fiscal policy that determines the level of public investment in the economy and how the state leverages its fiscal capacity to fund various priorities. To advance the economic transformation, fiscal spending has a different impact on the economy and the business sector due to its significant procurement policy. We need to ask ourselves the critical question of whether the implementation of our preferential procurement policy has resulted in transforming the productive sectors of the economy to enable black and women ownership and management of the economy. We therefore welcome the commitment of the department to finalize the regulations for the implementation of the Act. To lower the cost of living, the ANC has ensured we introduce new pension fund reforms through the introduction of two-pot system, which will enable pension fund members to withdraw a total of 30,000 in savings pot. This reform will enable workers to seek relief from their resources within pension funds, and household consumption has also improved as the inflation rate declined. The current two-pot system will also increase household consumption and the demand in the economy. This two-pot system has also resulted in a total number of applications of over 1.1 million tax directives approved for funds to be released, with a total gross lump sum of 21.4 billion, which has been paid out to date. The MTDPS tabled by the Minister continues to protect the social wage, which ensures the government continues to provide basic services, support household through indigent program, and continues to open the doors for learning of the youth through implementing fee-free higher education for the poor and lower middle strata. To grow the economy, measures to accelerate the implementation of the financial sector transformation are fundamental, as without the majority of South Africans having access to finance, inequality and poverty will persist. This requires a systematic program focusing on the credit policy and legislative framework, such as the review of the National Credit Act to address barriers to access finance. The financial sector could and can actually contribute towards the growth of the economy. Multiple policy and regulatory interventions are required to ensure that asset allocation aligns with national development objectives, and it is therefore imperative that financial institutions and institutional funders, including pension funds and development financing institutions, recalibrate their asset allocation strategies to support industrialization and infrastructure investment. A marked increase in domestic investment is also needed, with a prioritized focus on infrastructure and industrial sectors to catalyze a truly transformative economic evolution. A deliberate focus on enabling youth access to a broad spectrum of financial services is also essential. These include not just consumer finance like home and vehicle loans, but critically business finance to see the next generation of entrepreneurial successes. We therefore welcome the focus of second phase of Operation Vulindlela on digital infrastructure. The expansion of digital infrastructure investment is non-negotiable. Universal access to broadband is also the foundation upon which the digital economy will flourish, ensuring that the benefits of digital transformation are universally accessible. Manufacturing as a percentage of GDP declined from 23.1% in 1993 to 13.2% in 2022, and the total number of persons employed in the manufacturing industry has also declined. We welcome the restructuring of incentives to fund master plans and achieve smart industrialization. An industrial strategy has to be at the core of the economic transformation program to reindustrialize and industrialize the economy through value addition in various aspects of the production value chain of goods and services. This involves targeted strategies to revitalize and diversify the manufacturing sector, fostering a more inclusive
Thank you,
and
Honourable
robust...
Member. Your time has now expired.
We support this MTTBS. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Reddy, why do you want to be recognised?
Speaker, we are fearful. We're not going to die a revolutionary death in this marquee.
Yes.
I just want to know how safe it is for us to continue here. Really,
Yeah.
can we just get some...
Thank you, Honourable Reddy.
I am still very young. I don't want to go now.
At
Stop misleading
the
the
risk
count.
of insulting you against the rules, you don't look that young. But, honourable members, yes, I've just taken advice from the Secretary to the National Assembly. The engineers has advised that when the wind gets to 40 knots, we should definitely evacuate. It's not yet there, as it is the Deputy Chief Whip of the largest party is consulting other whips now. So I'm not yet suspending the business, but for now, I also don't want to recognize the next speaker in the event that the decision is taken that we will finish this debate at a later stage.
Zasiyali Kebeng ze ANC zashisi parliament.
Yeah. Won't you just...
Chair.
Yes, Ulumai.
Can we get the last speaker, please?
Thank you, honourable members. We recognise the last speaker in this debate, the Honourable the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Let me start by thanking the chairpersons of the Finance Committee and the chairpersons of the Appropriations Committee, as well as the members of these committees for their hard work in processing fiscal legislation which underpins our country's financial health and exercising their oversight function of Parliament with such rigour. I also want to take this time to extend my gratitude to the members of the public and civil society, as well as our constitutional institutions, such as the Fiscal and Finance Commission, for their valuable contributions during the deliberation on the revised 2024 fiscal framework. I'm glad to see that public engagement remains a critical commitment of the 7th administration and is a requirement of our constitutional order. Now, the 7th administration has found unity of purpose on an apex priority for government, which all of the members raised, inclusive growth and job creation. And the first MTBPS, underpinned by an array of legislation starting with the 2024 revised fiscal framework, reflects this consensus, showing that the government is committed to meaningfully improving the economic prospects of all South Africans. Unfortunately, in preparation for this revised fiscal framework, we lost 2 stalwart leaders of the National Treasury, but the constitutional order they fought for is as robust as ever. Now, Honourable Chair, let me remind the House that we introduced, through the Minister of Finance, several key bills that constitute the first step that enacts our nation's fiscal and policy priorities in the 7th administration. These bills were the Division of Revenue Bill Amendment Act, the Adjustments Appropriation Bill, the Rates and Monetary Amounts Amendment Bill, the Tax Laws Amendment Bill, the Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill, the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill, Special Appropriation Bill, the Global Minimum Tax Bill, the Global Minimum Tax Administration Bill, the Revised Fiscal Framework, which we debate today, the 2024/5 Adjusted Estimates of National Expenditure, and the MTBPS. Each of these bills are essential to our economic landscape, forming the structure through which we will pursue a stable, growth-oriented fiscal policy. When it comes to transparency on our budgetary processes,
Our national treasury ranks amongst the best in the world, precisely because of this meticulous and detailed process. Now, our 2024 MTBPS theme was building momentum for inclusive growth, and our focus is clear: to deliver budgets that advance rapid, inclusive, and sustainable growth across the country. We anticipate 1.8% growth annually over the next 3 years, which underscores the urgency of continued structural reform to strengthen our economy. And some members criticize this growth outlook. Other members said it's too over-optimistic. The simple reality is this: the Treasury has made adjustments to make sure that we engage in allocative efficiency so that we don't project more revenue than will come to pass and end up blowing up the deficit. Our fiscal strategy is clear. We will reduce the consolidated budget deficit, also rightly criticized in this House, from 5% of GDP to 3.2% of GDP by the end of the MTEF. And we will stabilize public debt next year and over time, progressively to the end of the decade, get it in line with our emerging market peers. And progress to achieve both growth and stabilize the debt is visible. The reliability of electricity has improved, logistics systems are no longer in decline, and the cost of doing business is gradually easing. These gains show that reform are bearing fruits, but we will press on. So today I want to speak to you about this fiscal framework that was commented on in this House. It's not just a spreadsheet, it's not just tables, it's a map for where we're headed. And our goal is clear: to grow this economy for everybody. The MTBPS is about building an economy that works, and investing in infrastructure is a critical component of this to create jobs and growth. For the last 15 years, members have rightly pointed out that government has been spending more than it earns, a structural deficit that leads to debt. But debt isn't free. Also, members rightly criticize this. It's expensive. It's taken money away from services like education, healthcare, and infrastructure. We have put forward a credible plan to stop this trend, to narrow the deficits, and to use our resources wisely. And starting the end of the 2023-24 fiscal year, we had our first breakthrough in this regard. We ran a primary fiscal surplus for the first time in 15 years, and we will keep this going as an anchor to the budget. By 2025/6, we will stabilize debt to GDP, and over time we'll reduce the money we spend on debt, allowing us to invest more in the things that matter to the people of South Africa, such as education and healthcare, as members have rightly pointed out. There are, of course, challenges, both at home and abroad, with an increasingly uncertain global economic environment, but we have selected a path to secure a stable financial future for the country, where resources are spent wisely and serve everyone. Now, this year's revenue shortfalls were rightly criticized as well, because the in-year revenue outlook is coming in lower than where we expected during the 2024 budget that was passed in July. The shortfalls are mainly due to reduced collections from the fuel levy and import VAT. Now, why is the fuel levy lower? Partially because people are not having to spend money on fuel for generators. Why is the import VAT down? It's because people aren't having to import solar panels, because energy has stabilized. As a result, the gross tax revenue estimate for 2024/5 has been adjusted down, but it's a reminder that while we work towards economic stability, there are risks to our fiscal path. So we will be prudent. And looking ahead, we have rolled forward these revenue challenges to make sure that we continue to be allocatively efficient in the budget going forward. This gap underlies the need for sustainable growth, however, to support our revenue collection. We need the economy to grow, and SARS will both focus on improving tax compliance and improving the tax administration system. I know some members criticize allocations to SARS, but I do want to point out that if you go to page 63 of the MTBPS, page 60, you'll note that next year we provide SARS a 500 million rand increase, and in 2026/7, a 1.5 billion rand increase. We have had to make some in-year spending adjustments, rightly to deal with various pressures, such as the increase to the COVID-19 social relief of distress grant, paying down the debt for the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project, and dealing with disasters. Each of these steps reflects our commitment to security, infrastructure development, and immediate relief for people who need it the most. We know that infrastructure is fundamental to the growth strategy, and what we have also announced is that we are enhancing the quality and efficiency of our public infrastructure
Honourable Deputy Minister, just take your seat for a moment. Honourable Marquee, why do you want to be recognised?
Chair, Our safety is at risk now. I think we must wrap up.
No, thank you, Honourable Manye. We are really closely monitoring the situation. Honourable Deputy Minister, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We know that infrastructure investment is critical to the growth strategy, and we are enhancing the quality and efficiency of public infrastructure to create jobs and support recovery. That is why we're improving the composition of spending to achieve this.
Comrade Chair, we can't die in the hands of the DA Deputy Minister.
Order, honourable members. Every interruption keeps us longer here.
We're going to leave. We're going to go as MK. We're going to leave this house.
Yeah, you're well within your rights to do so. Honourable Deputy Minister, please
we must just
continue.
record our objection to this thing, and then we are going.
Even the gods are angry with this.
Honourable Deputy Minister, please continue. Honourable members, the Deputy Minister could have been another minute further into his speech by now.
With this fiscal framework, we're responding to immediate infrastructure needs. We've allocated budgets to rebuild infrastructure damaged by floods across various municipalities and to help communities get back to their feet. Now, these priorities, as I said, are more than just numbers. They represent our commitment to a country that is resilient and prepared for the future. We support a stronger economy and a government that serves the needs of all its people. And as our democracy matures, I encourage Parliament to scrutinize our budget processes. I didn't realize that members in this House were so terrified of a little bit of wind.
The GNU must be charged for attempted...
Continue, please, Honourable Deputy.
Our budget process is integral to the democratic foundations of our country and economic stability, even if the official opposition is not. Over the coming years, we will strengthen the budget process so that we achieve better fiscal outcomes. Every measure that we introduce in this fiscal framework is aimed at creating resilient and opportunity-rich South Africa that works for all. This budget is a serious responsibility, and we are committed to upholding it with transparency, efficiency, and direct accountability to the South African people. Our fiscal framework and accompanying bills are not just technicalities, but are rooted in our duty to deliver measurable, effective outcomes that South Africans rely on. I see that the official opposition lasted slightly shorter than the weekend special minister. Now, I therefore commend to this House the revised 2024 fiscal framework with the conviction that it supports a future where our economy is strong, accountable, and primed for inclusive growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
We support.
Honourable members, the Deputy Chief Whip has, at the start, prior to the debate, already introduced the motion. I now put the motion. Are there any objections to the report being adopted?
Action SA objects.
Thank you. Action SA's objection is noted. Now, Honourable Member, just switch on your mic, please.
Chair, note the objection of the EFF.
The objection of the EFF is noted. Honourable Mahlatsi.
UAT objection.
The UAT's objection is noted. With those objections, the report is accordingly agreed to. Order. I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer, maybe not tonight. That concludes the business of the day and the House is adjourned.